What's up? What's up with you? What's up? Back at it. Back at it. Look, they decided to name a street after DMX. DMX was a rapper, what, 90s, late 90s, early 2000s. He had his own delivery, growls. A lot of people said he had put New York back on the map, DMX. And he made some decent movies. I liked his movies. I liked a couple of his movies. I don't have all his movies in front of me, but there was a couple. They were good. Now, I actually liked his movies better than his music. But the guy, he made a name for himself, and unfortunately, he passed away at 50. I don't know. Some people allege it might have been some drugs involved. Unfortunately, he's no longer with us, right? So they said we're going to name a street after him to remember him by, right? Let me see. DMX, he was worldwide. What was his net worth? DMX, his net worth was, it says negative. It says at the time of his death, April 2021, DMX had an estimated net worth of negative 1 million, despite selling millions of albums and earning up to 10 million per movie during the peak of his career. He had severe legal issues, bankruptcy, and family obligations left his estate heavily in debt. Court submitted assets to be worth left to a million left to his kids. Some of the filings said the value was under 50,000. Massive debt, financial burdens, back child support owed to multiple women, 2.3 million tax fraud judgment. He went to prison in 2018. His total music catalog publishing royalties to be worth $18 million. However, these ongoing royalty streams must first be used by the state administration, pay off outstanding debts, and to his remaining inheritance to his 15 children. I didn't know that. 15 children died in debt. Of course, the record label, and that's how it go. They made money. They made a lot of money. Some kind of way. He went to jail for tax evasion. 15 kids. So if you're going to have a ceremony, seriously, if you're going to have a ceremony and you got that many kids, there's going to be some bad blood. So June 12th, 2026, they renamed a local intersection Earl Simmons Way in Yonkers City. They voted unanimously to pass the legislation and transition the rapper's local legacy into a permanent public record. And one could say, one could make a suggestion that when you say DMX, we're gonna name a street after DMX. Okay, it's in a public housing complex where DMX grew up. There's a mural on a wall that's in his honor. There was a council person there. Yonkers Mayor Mike Spano and Councilwoman Tasha Diaz. Fans, Rough Riders, co-founders. Okay. Okay, we're looking at this, but let's take a look at this right here. The legacy of DMX. We're finna get to what happened, but let me see, because a lot of times I have my mic mute. Okay, here we go. Let's get into the legacy. I mean, did DMX use drugs? Let's just go, let's cut to the chase, huh? Did he use drugs? DMX struggled with a severe drug addiction throughout most of his life. He had a battle with crack cocaine. His addiction began at 14. Ready Run gave him a joint laced with crack without telling him. DMX said that event was beyond a betrayal because it trapped him in a lifelong struggle. Now they call that chasing the dragon. When you get that first high, that first bump of drugs, you're chasing the dragon because you're trying to capture that again. Unfortunately, you can't. And unfortunately, I mean, to this man, I'm giving, he's 14, a guy a mentor, if you want to call him that, an older guy. He's hanging out. He's 14 in the projects. He's hanging out with a guy. He looks up to the guy. Guy hands him a marijuana joint laced with crack cocaine, and it forever changed his life at 14. The drug addiction led to numerous legal battles. He was arrested, driving DUIs, violation of his probations, derailed his musical tours. He went into rehab multiple times throughout his life. A stint in 2016, a stint in 2017, 2019. I remember these people. He went through these programs. So during that period of time where he's sober, he was talked to about the dangers of using these substances. Went through it in 2017. Same thing. You sit and you also get to listen to other people. 2019, he had to cancel concerts because he was back on the stuff. The official examiner report, the death was caused by cocaine-induced acute. I can't even, we're not even going to try to do that one, okay? It was a cocaine-induced hemorrhage or something about his brain, brain bleed. Nah, man, he got that stuff get up in there, man. And that's sad too, man. So he was on drugs while he was making that music and success and 15 kids. Show you, man. They show you about the state of dating, man. The women on point, though. They don't care about that. The ladies, they don't care nothing about you all up. Got that. They don't care. You got the place. They got the time. Well, obviously the man was a star, so you get into that celebrity. And he enjoyed a side of life. Hey, let's be for real. He enjoyed a side of life a lot of men never enjoy. 15 kids, multiple women, but he was captured with a drug addiction that in the housing projects around 14, hanging out with an older guy. A guy introduced him to something that would forever change his life. So respect to him, DMX. Unfortunately, a lot of people, a lot of men can identify with DMX. And perhaps because they don't have the wealth and the opportunities that he has, they won't experience the same thing. But they had a tribute to him. And you do, listen to me. Listen, now we got to deal with some, we're going to get to the actual conversations. We're going to get to the conversations that were had at the ceremony. But I think you do have to accept, I mean, should you honor a man who has these types of issues? I think that's a legitimate question. You want to honor a guy like this? You want to put a mural up? You want to put street names up? And and he basically passed away because he couldn't get off the dope or whatever. People are gonna say the crack. Are those the type of people we should honor? And I could sit here all day telling you about. We saw Trump peel the names off of military bases, installations that were renamed, and many of those bases were renamed for Black people who were very, very successful. They're unknown, but they were, many of them were Medal of Honor winners. They were valiant under fire. They defended their servicemen, their fellow servicemen, and they left a legacy. And Medal of Honor winner, a Black man, I can go look at, I don't have them in front of me, all the names of the base. Anyhow, these were people who happened to be of color. And I think under the Biden administration, they renamed the bases. Now under Trump took the names back. He gave them a bunch of Confederate general. That's not the conversation. The conversation is this. If you are going to rename a street in a housing project, around a housing project, should it be DMX? Should you say we're going to reward a guy who's fathered a bunch of kids? And now, according to this, right, not me, died broke of a drug overdose after 3 recoveries. A lot of that's court ordered. So he actually went through these programs. He went through them, completed them, got out, got back on that shit, wound up going back into it, got back on that stuff. And you would say, occupy your time with raising your children. Raise your kids. Focus on being a father. Focus on, you don't have to be a husband, but focus on being a father and raise your kids. And hey, man, you want to do a little something? Nah, man, I'm done with that. Nah, man, I'm done with that, man. I'm going to make sure these children, man, don't have to go through the shit I'm going through. People would suggest that. And that also would explain the bad contracts. When you get on that stuff, man, you don't make good decisions. You can literally get paid in drugs. We come over here and we talk about these guys and they get exploited. We talk about the Ray J, how he made a tape with Kim Kardashian, and for lack of a better word, she paid him in pussy. And when you look at it and say she's a trillionaire, what is she? A millionaire. My fault. I don't know what. She's she's a billionaire. She's a billionaire. And it all started with that tape. And he got peanuts compared to the actual value of the tape. So for lack of a better word, man, whether you like it or not, Ray J, they paid him in pussy. That was a bad decision. DMX, they will pay you in drugs. They will pay you in drugs. You get hooked on drugs, man, and you don't know your paperwork. If you don't know your paperwork, they'll exploit you. Record company, they've done that all the time. They've done that all the time. 15 kids, obvious legal issues, bankruptcy, tax evasion, drug addiction. And you say we're going to name a street after this man in the projects. I'm sorry. That's a no. No, that's you don't do that. You don't do that. That for me, that's me. I actually like his movies better than I like his music. I don't know his contracts. If he was, which he may have been, he might have been under the influence and he was being lowball. Let me tell you something, man. It's about hustling. In this world, somebody's going to take advantage of you, man. You can have a talent You can have a talent, but you don't know it, but you have a wonderful talent. Somebody's going to exploit your talent and make more money than you make it with your own talent. That's capitalism, and it's wrong, but that's the way the world works. And that's why you're encouraged to watch yourself and stop. You're encouraged to push back on drugs. You teach your kids early, don't you? Don't even need to drink. You encourage them because, and now where I will sympathize with DMX 100,000 billion million trillion percent is he should never been introduced to that. He was too young, and it was a wickedness. It was wicked to give a boy a cocaine, a crack cocaine joint. You get that to a 14-year-old kid in the projects. So was the guy really just not trying to manipulate? Maybe the guy saw this guy can rap, and maybe I'll use this guy. Let me get him hooked, so he needs me, and then I'll exploit him. That's very possible. That's very possible. It's a wicked way, but you do have to say, let me get this fool out of here. You get these dumb niggas. Don't start me, bro. I'm trying to do this. Don't have me do this to you, man. You do have to put some amount of blame on him. He went through the rehab. He got back on the stuff. He went through the rehab. He got back on the stuff. Mistakes was made. Unfortunately, he died due to he kept getting on the stuff. And in the process, he leaves 15 kids. And he's honored. You honor a guy for what? What are you honoring him for? What's wrong with and that is the black. But let me say this. Let me say this. Because I might have made a mistake. I blocked this guy. I think I need him here. I do. Air Force, I think I made a mistake. Because you need to be here. Why do you honor a guy who has that type of history? I'm not saying the guy don't deserve love. I'm not saying the people don't look up to him. I didn't say that at all. There's a mural across the street. His picture's painted. You see that going in and out where he's from. But do you need to have an official street naming? And are there not other people who are more deserving? Are there not veterans who are more deserving? Are there not pastors? Are there not members of the community who don't have those issues, who don't have those struggles? They don't have the fame, but they've managed to come out those projects and they've created a way for themselves. Would you not say that they would have been a more worthy recipient of a street name? And look, let me say this. I know a lot of people say no. A lot of people say no, they're not. He's more worthy. And that's where I think there's room for discussion, because I'm confused about that. I'm just confused about it. Got no problem. Look, I'm very familiar with the guy. Heard like his music, so I'm telling you what, some of his music's okay. What the Y'all Gonna Make Me Lose My Mind? That's a nice song. I like that song. I think when he was around Rough Riders or whatever, Drag On or whatever the guy, I think, yeah, I'm more familiar from that perspective, Drag On. I mean, the DMX and the Rough Riders. But the movies were great. I didn't know he was suffering from a drug addiction like that. I didn't know that. Unfortunately, he's passed away. In the process, he leaves 15 kids, multiple women. They have a ceremony. Conversations went left. Dirty laundry was aired. It's sad, but then again, as a black man in a black community, I'm very familiar with what happened there. And also, if you could talk to the entire family, everybody, you would say, hey, this is stuff you got to handle behind the scenes. Of course, we don't all agree, but let's try to hammer this thing out behind the scenes. But instead, they got in front of the microphone and they put the dirty laundry on front display, on full display, at a time when you want to pay tribute and respect to this man. At a time when you want this man to be lauded, looked up to, respected. Family members disrespected this man's ceremony. Hey, they disrespected this ceremony. And I'm saying at some point you do have to wonder what is going on. Why this bad behavior? And then you say right from wrong. You're trying to tell me they don't know right from wrong? You're trying to tell me that the people who got up to speak don't know right from wrong? That's what you're telling me? Huh? 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 Are you telling me that? They don't know right from wrong? That's what you're telling me? Hold up, let me drop the link, man. Help me out with that. I see it in chat. I'm being threatened in the chat box. Look, help me out with that. Help me out with that. You tell me what I'm saying that's wrong. Come on. You tell me what I'm saying that's wrong. You tell me how I'm disrespecting. What did I say? His stuff's on Google. Huh? What did I say? What did I say? You know what, bro? We get you up out of here. Look, if you guys can't consult, if you can't comport yourselves like decent people, you can't participate. What did I say that's wrong, brother? You're in the chat box threatening me. What did I say that was wrong? Help me, brother. Help me. There's the join link. What did I say that's wrong, brother? What did I say that's wrong? Okay, hit the link. Eric says he was a good man. Come on, help me out. He was raised. Who, me? Poor guy. Who I was? I disagree with that one, brother. I can't believe, wait a minute. I'm a black man. I'm a veteran. I don't have a cocaine addiction. I don't have 15 kids. And I'm the bad person in this? Wait a minute. You saying I'm the bad guy? You want to call me names and threaten me? And if I was to say DMX failed those children because he smoked cocaine till he had a brain bleed, that's inappropriate to leave your kids with nobody to help them, you would say that was wrong, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? And you know what? And for people who wonder about the black community, brother, if you wonder about the black community, there's nothing to wonder about. There's absolutely nothing to wonder about. You see it for yourself. You see it for yourself. I read what it said on Google. I read what is written right there on Google. You look it up. It said all of these things. It's right there. He said he struggled. Right there. It says that in black and white. And you attack me for reading Google? And they have a ceremony where they disrespected this man's legacy. You don't have anything to say about the behavior of those people on that podium airing that dirty laundry. You think that's okay? You think it's perfectly okay for that type of behavior to go forth for this man? This was a time you're supposed to honor this man. You're supposed to be honoring this man. And see, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. And I said, okay, maybe someone else from that community, from Yonkers, maybe someone else has produced a business, produced success, produced something better. Maybe they want to name a street after the guy who grew up in the projects and he stayed in the house and he stayed away from drugs and he never got into street culture. And now he has a wife and kids and a family. And he's a productive citizen. Perhaps those kids in those projects should be looking at a person like that. And you attack me for saying that? We're finished, brother. We're finished. We are absolutely finished. We're finished. You're finished. I said perhaps not. And if you notice, once again, just like when I say the stuff with the white guys who flood my comment section, they won't come up and defend their position. They refuse to come up and defend their position. That's a question, brother. First of all, that was bad behavior. If you got something bad to say, you don't say shit. That's how that works. You got something bad to say at a funeral, guess what? You just shut up. That's how you do. Don't get up and say something like that, air out somebody's dirty laundry. That's not the place for that. And when you say you got 15 kids, that means those people have to work together. Those kids need to know each other. They need to know their brother and sister. Okay, they're from multiple women. They still need to know each other. You can't be up there because something happened you didn't like. You out here saying this and that, and then you produce a separation from the kids. But once again, we get these clowns. You got clowns in the chat box talking about, I'm wrong. What am I fucking wrong about? What's wrong with putting the person who came from them same housing projects but came up differently? What's wrong with honoring them? Huh? What's wrong with that? Why can't you say, hey, can we honor this individual? They grew up in these same housing projects. They play football. They retired and doing stuff to help the community. How come you can't say that? How come you can't talk about the pastor who's is in the church helping people in that community? How come you can't pay respect to them? Hold on, let me see. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, man.
No profanity, but go ahead.
I know.
Okay, you don't have to agree with me, but go ahead, brother. Help me out. Help me out.
Yeah, you're doing the right thing, man. You gotta understand the Black community that we are experiencing now is different from, when you grew up, or they don't know nothing about morals and values. They don't even know when to, like you say, if you don't have something bad to say, you don't pronounce that at nobody's death.
Ceremony.
I mean, you don't do that
at a ceremony.
Right. You don't do that.
That ain't how you, and that's what I'm saying. And that's why there's so many shootings, because they do stuff like that. And, people get set off. See, what people don't like to talk about is the way other people provoke people.
Right.
You go to these places, you with your wife. You may have been DMX was your boy. You didn't do that stuff, but he was your boy. And then you go to these places, somebody say some real disrespectful stuff to you. You're like, man, you're a man too, right? Ain't you a man?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Now, me, I'm not from Yonkers. I'm not from where DMX is from, and I'm assuming, I think it's somebody.
Yonkers is the hood, though. Yonkers is the hood. That's
the whole thing. The whole thing.
That's where Mary J from.
Okay, is she from the same place
as
DMX?
Same hood.
Okay, so she's from the same place as DMX. Why not honor her? I'm serious. Why not?
That's true. That's true, because she's been through a lot, and she stood the test of time. Drugs with Jodeci, getting beat up by one of the members. She stood the test of time. You're right.
Yeah, I'm saying if we're gonna hang a symbol on the wall, and obviously it's to promote, that person's achievements and greatness, and be influential to the people, the survivors. Why not her? I'm saying, okay, and then I'm saying, how are you gonna sit up here and say we need to honor a man with this type of background? And that's what I don't understand, because maybe I'm missing something. I didn't say that we don't all have demons, but wow, this is something else right here, bro.
Yeah, I just feel like we honor the wrong individual. There's no standard. That's what you're seeing right now. There's no standard.
The Black community is finished.
Man, you can forget about that. That's long gone.
And then what do you talk about the white community? What do you think they think about that when they look over and they see a black community paying, respect to a man who lived his life the way DMX lived his life?
Well, I'm from Florida. I'm from the South. So I grew up with a family that say, you watch how you behave yourself, because when they see you, they see all. So if we
Mhm.
going off that logic, they it's a joke. They laughing at us. But of course they know the standard isn't there anymore.
Mm. Now, do you think that the reason DMX pretty much died broke is because of he had an addiction and people took advantage of him? I'm
The
talking about within the music business.
you can say that, but that's human nature. If they see that's your go-to,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of how many prayers he gave and talking about God, but if they see that's your go-to and that addiction, and you love that dog, uh, yeah, why not take advantage of you? That's the world we live in. That's the human nature. I'm not saying it's right, but we got to be realistic about the reality that's outside our doors. We really do. And plus, he's in a rap game, Platt. I mean, think about, we talk about the rap game. Let's be for real.
Yeah, man. And that's crazy, man. And 15 kids.
15. We ain't say 5. You ain't say 10. You said 15. Think about that.
Yeah, he
For,
and he
for
died.
all the fathers in the chat, just think about that. 15 kids.
Yeah. And do you want, and it's a legitimate question. Should you honor him over
I
other
don't
things?
see how you can do it.
Yeah, and this, no. And if you say, this is my problem in the black community. Is there any kind of way you can have a honest discussion without everything becoming thuggish? They're doing the same thing that happened at that ceremony.
Right.
The same thing that happened at that ceremony. They don't want me to talk about what this man is doing. I mean, had done. Brother, you cannot convince me at all. You can't begin to convince me that that was a good idea for it's not a good idea to honor him, man. I like his music. I like some of his music. I like a couple of his movies better. I knew who the guy was. I want the guy to, you would hope people, are very successful. But when you say we're going to honor somebody, that person's got to be a unique individual. That person has to be someone of uniqueness and greatness. And I don't know. I mean, I see nobody's coming up. You know what I'm saying? I asked the guys in the chat, come up here and tell me why he should be honored. That's all
They
I'm asking.
can't give you a logical reason. But then again, like I say, this generation, they love rap. The rappers and the hip hop, they're like the how could I say it? They're like what a father would be to a lot of their lives. That's where they get their messages from. That's their way into life, their philosophy on life. And it's like you damaging their life when you talk about their rappers that they hold idols, that they idolize.
Okay, help me out. You say talk about. So you mean read off Google? You mean read what says on Google? That's talking about.
No, just being realistic. So Google can only give what the information was given to them, and everybody knows he struggled with drugs. He's been on television. He's been on reality TV shows where I forget the lady name. She does. She's like a marriage coach, relationship coach, and he couldn't even talk to his teenage son without smoking a cigarette. His teenage son said, "Man, why don't you just talk to me without putting anything in your mouth?"
His son told him that?
Yeah, his son told him that.
Wow.
I wish you could pull it up. I wish you could pull it up, but this is what goes on in our Black communities, not all households are like this, but you got the certain ones, man, and it's sad, man. I mean, drugs is just the tip of the iceberg. He had deeper problems. Well, of course, we know that with the 15 kids, but man, a lot of those kids are angry at him.
Oh,
a lot of those
that.
kids are.
See, that's what I'm saying. I didn't know that, and I didn't know that he had, his kids had they were upset about him.
Oh yeah, a lot of them.
Wow. Okay, well, why did they put why did they honor him?
Yeah, that's what I need to delve into. Who did it? Was it something that was in the works? Who put the money behind it? Was it more of like a hip hop celebration? I really need to delve deep into that because I still don't understand it. Why today? Why now?
Well, it's at June. I know it takes time. You got to put it in. They said the city council voted to rename the street, and then they had the ceremony, and 15 kids. That's a lot of different people. Some people don't like each other, so they got on stage, and instead of showing love to DMX, respecting his memory, they was in there taking care of personal beefs amongst each other.
Oh yeah, that's just more of a spectrum of who he was inside. He wasn't as peaceful as people think in that chat. He was. I mean, if he got on an interview, he would always bring up something that he wouldn't like or somebody he wouldn't like, instead of just sticking to what I'm doing in my career and where I'm going in the future. It's always in a battle with something, always.
That's terrible, man. Well, he's passed, man, and 2021. But I'm
glad you read why he passed. About the hemorrhage. The doctor told him, do not do the drugs. Do not do it. And he did it anyway. So what does that tell you about him? He wanted to leave.
I wouldn't say that. He couldn't. I wouldn't say he wanted to leave. It's just the drugs were just too much for him to quit. He couldn't quit. And sometimes when you use them like that, you can't live without them. Years of it, you can't. You simply can't. You can't live without it. Now, he went through rehab, so a lot of
times. Yeah,
a lot of people don't get that. A lot of people, they do overdose or something like that, but they was never they never got the help that they needed to help them get away from the drugs, because they were always on the drugs, and then eventually led to their demise. He was forced in many cases to get off them, and some kind of way he went back to them.
Life, the kids, you read about the child support. A man in his finances, people don't understand how men in their finance, and that needs to be a stream too, whenever you have time. A man and his finances go hand in hand, man. And I'm telling you, when you're over 40 and you don't have the finances to take care of 15 kids, and oh man, it could do something to you mentally. It can really break if you don't have that foundation, that strength.
Well, one of the issues with that, when you have that many kids and you don't really have resources, I'm talking about not women, the kids.
Right.
The kids will not like you very much. They just won't like you. Now, I'm not saying that you're not the kid's father. I'm just saying if you don't have no money, I'm talking about basic stuff. Like if they know they don't have the things they need for school, they can't ever go anywhere. They feel, you could be.
They feel slighted.
Yeah. So they don't like that parent. They just don't like that parent. Now they're kids, they gotta exist. But you told me they did a some type of TV show and the kid was on there. I didn't know that. He was
teenage, man. I wish you could pull it up. Man, I wish you could pull it up. Yeah. He said, man, can you talk to me without putting anything in your mouth? Without that cigarette? And he couldn't do it. He admitted it to him. And the whole conversation shut down.
Man, That's terrible. But he was honored with a street name. Um, so whatever you want to make of that, um, I think they could have found someone else from that same neighborhood. And this is the thing, he would always be honored amongst his fans and the people there. So, but you say, should he have a street name? As a
No,
community, you say,
uh,
well, do we need to honor him or do we honor the black guy who went to the military and died, no problems, no legal issues. He was trying to take care of his family and he's passed away. We put a name up for him? And see, that's what the problem is with the black community, is
yeah,
this resistance for stuff like that. Like, why do you feel like that's the way? That is what you should honor. I don't get that part, because I don't get that. Now
I,
he is,
I believe it's on code for what, like you say, the black community. They don't honor the college graduate. They don't honor the man who started the business, who's from that neighborhood, put the business up in that neighborhood. They don't honor that, But if you come from prison, they throwing a whole celebration, parties and everything, block party. I believe it's on code. I mean, it's just the times we are in. It's just different times.
yeah, and yeah. And when I saw the story, I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised, because see, when you making these babies with, if you creating babies, the people are just going to be examples of what they are. So yeah, they're gonna thug out. Instead of having a ceremony, they're gonna thug out. And the community, right? The larger, all these communities, we got right now Asian boycott, respect the black community. You got
Target, you got Target situation.
okay, you got that. Black people need to stop doing this. You got the guy Carmelo Anthony. He needs a second, give him his appeal. He was wrongfully accused. Well, then the people will say, why do people have these negative opinions of black people? Why do they have these things where, well, it affects a jury, it affects the way people look at black people? Like we're talking about going to the airport and people don't want to deal with black people. A lot of that comes from, look at the people we honor. And see,
Exactly.
this is where these people make a mistake. No. You guys think this is some type of indictment against him. Hey man, his legacy is right there in Google. It says he was using them drugs. It says he was died broke. It says he has all those kids. That's what Google says. So if you repeat what Google says, man, you hating, man. Man, you hate. This is ridiculous, brother. This is absurd. And that's his
I was
ceremony.
waiting on the guy Eric to come up, man, because I just wanted to hear you ask him. What's the issue? Why is it a problem if you mention the truth about it? And it looked like he ain't coming up, man, Eric.
He's not. He's not. And I'm looking at the chat. This crazy, man. This is crazy. He said, "Who owns Google?" White man. I think so, unless he sold it.
But see, that's the thing. And Cindy, not even willing to have respect enough to have a conversation with you and maybe learn something. So that's another thing. They don't care about wisdom. It's all over the place, man. I just come to the realization you can only just do what you can for yourself, and then it transitions to your kids and your community, man. But you're going to be met with resistance if you tell the truth about your own community, the black community. It's going to happen. You just have to be, strong-willed and thick-skinned.
And This is and in addition to, the man has passed away, been gone for 4 years. The offspring, or the people that he made babies with, and it's about how you conduct yourself, man. You can't, so you go to his ceremony and you act like that. That's not the way you act at a ceremony. That you just simply, you air out your dirty laundry somewhere else. You don't get when it's time to praise him or show you. I'm talking about these individuals who knew him. When they want to praise him and show love, that's what you do. No, you get up and start talking about some stuff that don't have nothing to do with it, and just creating more division and more resentment and hatred. And then you still got 15 kids. What are those kids gonna do when you dead and gone?
Exactly.
And you talking about, I don't like this. Well, who cares what you like? The kids don't have, that didn't happen to the kids. Look, there go your sister. No, I'm not your mama, but that's your sister, your daddy. Your sister, he had her with her. What the grown women think, or the grown men, that don't matter. They should have behaved and been civilized for the kids, for the safety and the future of the children. Put aside your petty differences. And they didn't do that. And then as a black man, you're forced to say, ignore all that stuff, and just say, hey man, he was a hip hop dude, and that's my nigga, man. And
right. Yeah, and see, they call that being on code. See what I'm saying? See, you gotta lie about it and not tell the truth. You see, and so in retrospect, you got to accept it, like you say.
That's crazy.
Wrong is wrong.
Man. That's crazy for anyone to say that that's the way you should live your life. I'm talking about a graduating class of seniors. It's crazy to say you should live your life in the way that DMX lived his life.
Well, that's what you're doing when you put that statue up. See, when you honor that.
And other races, when they have a prejudice, because they look at and they say this is what these people look up to. Well, how you gonna get mad at them, or how you gonna get upset with them when they assume that you like that too,
or you accept it, right? Yeah, and those are your values. There's, like you say, they assume those are your values as well.
Yeah, and they tell their daughter, don't date him. Why? He just gonna make you a baby mama.
Exactly.
And then
they don't understand how that spills over. See how you naming those elements? They don't understand how it spills over like that.
Yeah, that's sad, man. But that's what. And I don't even know what they're gonna do at this ceremony, right? This BET thing. I think it's this at the end of this month or whatever. They're gonna have that. And because of Trump and he already warned them. I don't even know what they're going to do with that. But what's the guy? The guy Huxtable, Theo. What was his whole name? He was on the Cosby Show. Malcolm Jamal Warner. Jamal Warner. He passed away. He drowned. Why not honor him? Why not? I'm not saying it's Yonkers. Well, I don't know where he's from, but I'm saying if you're gonna honor someone, why not a guy like that?
That's true, but see, we've gone so far away from that due to the hip hop, and I'm a hip hop head, but I'm just telling you what it is. I wouldn't allow my kids to listen to it because I know the values they'll pick up from it. But I'm just being honest with you, we're so far away from that. And they honestly think these hip hop individuals are our leaders. That's why they're going all crazy in the chat. They honestly they believe those are the leaders of today.
Yeah. You can go look at No Jumper. You can go look at the DJ Vlad, and they make money off those individuals in the black community who are part of the problem in the black community. They exploit that. And the black community, or segment of it, they don't see what they're doing. They look up to that. And that just blows my mind. Like, bro, don't you see that? Don't you see that if you act like him, you're gonna wind up messed up, all types of legal problems, and your life is gonna be fucked. Don't you see that? No, you look up to him because that's your nigga. And I get that, man. But that's where we're at, man. And DMX, his people, I'm not surprised. They went to a ceremony where you pay respects, where you have you're supposed to behave a certain kind of way. You go there and you act the fool. You go in there and you put your dirty laundry out. And you actually, when you do that, that's disrespectful. When you say disrespecting DMX, that's what that ceremony, that's the people at that ceremony, that's what they did. And they said they cut that man's mic off. Because there was more to say behind that. They had to cut his mic off.
It was that bad. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, if you like him, okay, you like him, right? He made some good songs and stuff, but you still can't ignore the problems in the Black community. And what do you want to put a spotlight on? What do you want to focus on? But I guess that don't matter. And my thing is that if that don't matter, well, why complain? Well, if I go to Miami and they don't want to rent to me, because they said, well, this guy is just a thug like all the rest of them. What's to complain about? I mean, because look at the people we honor.
Exactly. That's business. Yeah.
Yeah. But they don't see it, and I get it. And look, ain't nothing to say. If you want to say DMX Hip Hop Hall of Fame, put him in that.
Yeah, that's different, right?
Yeah,
that's different.
Yeah, but when you say the community, that's the community of street. That's the community. That's on maps. Businesses, you got a business. Guess what? That's your business address. So, I mean, you got Martin Luther King Boulevard. You got Malcolm X Boulevard. I get it. They want to, I think Luther Campbell, they got, no, that's what I'm saying. He don't deserve no street name. But I guess but you know what though? Most Black people, they ain't surprised by what happened at that funeral. I mean, it wasn't a funeral, it was a ceremony. But they're not surprised what happened because that happens at Black funerals all the time.
Yeah, we see it online all the time. We see it.
Bad behavior, the dysfunction, the rage, the jealousy. And let me say this, and a lot of times people are mistreated. Now, I'm telling you up front, in my opinion, DMX was mistreated. He was clearly taken advantage of. His money, he certainly wasn't paid the appropriate amount.
Well, that's what happens in a boys' home, though. They man, those kids go through it, man. It's sad stories, man.
I thought he was in the project. I thought DM's from the project.
No, well, yeah, he's from the project, but he grew up in a boys' home, orphan kid,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's when the guy, and that's a manipulation, because ain't nothing for free. Yeah. So a guy give you a crack, a joint full of crack. You know why? Because he needs you now. You got to go what? You want some more? You got to go scourge. You got to scuffle. You got to work for him now. And he'll give you, but you got, he got you now.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And growing up without a father, you believe in everything you see in the streets and not checking, not questioning. Green.
And hold up, let me say this now, and we can do this, but they keep bringing up the white man who bought the crack here, who owns Google, the white man. Do you think who owns that label? I mean, like the label he was with, were those white guys?
That label he was with was owned by D1. That was a black guy.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? No. Yeah. So he wasn't getting paid. And if he was working for this guy, you think that guy didn't know he was hooked on drugs?
Listen, they put so many resources into him, man. I mean, it's just so much you can do. I mean, other men got families. I mean, taking your resources from your family to clean him up. I mean, it just comes, it's just too much.
Yeah. Now see, and you can't, and this is the community too. Like you can't have a rational, reasonable conversation. So y'all saying the crack come from other countries? I ain't saying nothing about that, brother. Nobody's even talking about that. All we're saying is this ceremony that was held, do you think he should have been honored? Now, he was honored and they acted a clown, which brought more disrespect to that. But I'm saying when you look at his past, do you, then you got to understand that's a community. That's not rap fans. That's like, okay, all the rap fans like DMX. Okay, there are people there who don't listen to rap. There are people in there who could care less about DMX, but now they have a street name. And now they got to deal with their kids because they say this is an endorsement of this man. And say, Mom, this guy who used to live here, he died of crack. Mom, he had 15 kids. Mom, you know what I'm saying? I don't know why we act like that shit don't exist, man. And you see, with as a black person, man, you just you simply have to just exist, and you got. It's like being born in jail. It's like being born in jail. You're not born in a free country. You're born on a cell block, and you got to learn the ways and the habits of jailhouse existence. So this is ridiculous, man. And he should be honored by his family. What's wrong with that? And Hip Hop Hall of Fame, if BET or Hip Hop Awards want to honor him and put a award out for him, we're going to name this the DMX Award. But when you say a street, that is the community. And you have to say, are we honoring all the people from this community we exist in? Are we ignoring some people? Why are we ignoring the poor kid who came from nothing and made himself into something? Don't you think that's the type of person we should show love to? But see, you can't say that. You can't say that. Go ahead, Eric. You muted up.
Oh, what's up, man?
What's up?
Yeah, I just think this thing been a disaster waiting to happen. They should have did this thing back in 2022, right when he died. Or did it? They should have had like the Rough Riders. They should have, Swiss Beats and the real people, and have like a hip hop with all the big hip hop heads instead of letting like just because that's gonna be a disaster. He got 10, 15 kids, and him and his son been on that TV show. Like, that been a dysfunctional relationship from the beginning. So this ain't nothing but a train wreck waiting to happen. That's all it is. That's all it is.
And another thing, one of the benefits of having kids is when you do have, I'm not going to say addiction, but you do have a drug habit. One of the benefits is your kids basically will wake you up to it, in the sense, like that kid said, can you talk to me without putting a cigarette in your mouth? The kid will say, you was drunk last night. You was on the floor last night. We had to put you in the bed. It wakes you up saying, damn, I got these kids in here. Can I even do this shit? Because I can't do it with them running around here. I don't want them to wind up like that. But when you don't care, bad things happen. And who's going to raise the kids? The moms, isn't that what they talk about? The women raise these kids, and the kids come up like simps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Because even the funeral, even the funeral was a disaster a little bit.
Yeah, the funeral was terrible, man.
Oh, what happened at the funeral?
Getting
I
up
didn't
there
know that.
yelling and screaming, I said, this is gonna be a disaster.
What happened at the funeral? They just was they couldn't get in the church, or what?
No, it's they had random people up there talking. Then like a couple of dudes start getting up there yelling and talking about the industry owed him money. Swiss Beats been talking crazy, and a couple of his friends,
Oh,
they start talking for about 3 or 4, but they nipped that in the bud quick. They got them off the stage quick. So just because I think the record label had paid for everything. They had like a big stadium, like a little auditorium, like a little small arena or something. All the people from the public can come, but they let some of his close friends up, and they started acting stupid. So people say, "To hell with that, y'all got to go." So
Do you think that they should have named the street after?
I mean, I'm going by the work he put in. I think that's you can do that. DMX been around for about 25, 30 years. He done gave a lot back. He done did it. They do that to almost all the rappers and all the athletes and entertainers, to be honest with you. Go back to their neighborhood and name a street after them.
Mm-mm.
So,
So you agree with this?
agree with what? Oh,
The-
yeah, I mean, yeah, DMX is DMX. Yeah, I agree with that part. But leave the family out of it because it ain't nothing for them really to talk about. He ain't here. Get a spokesperson. Get
Well, no,
get
that
the
was they were supposed to be honoring him. That's where you get up and you pay tribute and honor to him. And because there's bad blood, that stuff got spilt out. And a larger effect is the black community itself holistically. It's a horrible depiction of the black community because that was a ceremony. That's something that you supposed your behavior is scripted. That's not a time to air your dirty laundry.
I
yeah.
just believe Mary J should have got one before DMX. To be honest with you, if we're gonna, talk about contributing to society, how much money she's donated. She even donated to the Carmelo case. I mean, I
Who?
don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna have to research what DMX did for society. What was the donation?
It
I'm really
it,
gonna have to do some research.
it was just like he did do everything that he did do give back to schools and stuff, like little kids, because he been raising like foster homes,
Right.
orphanages.
Yeah.
But he did this was back in the day when they had that MTV, all them diary series and stuff. He would go back to schools and talk and give money back to like
Okay.
disadvantaged youth. That was like over 20 some years ago to when he was at his peak. But I don't know
Okay.
what he did at the end. So
Okay. Well, if you read what Google has, right? If you read that, it's not impressive. It's not. And and I get it, bro. I ain't on this. I get it. What I'm saying, I get it. You're a celebrity. You're a rapper. You smashing. You smashing. Yeah, you got 15 kids behind that. But the problem with that is, and you would say this to a younger person, is the financial obligation. Can you afford it? Because he got child support. He went to that was one of his charges, back child support. So is that smart? Are you living your life smart?
So he didn't have it. He didn't even have a license to his name. If he didn't pay child support. Wow.
Mm.
Wow.
Why is it so important for black people to laud individuals who display themselves like DMX? Because we know, hold up, he got money, he got hoes. Okay. Did I answer my own question?
Yeah.
Wow.
it's just a dysfunction, man. That's what it is. I mean, a lot. Now, I don't want to say I can't give a percentage of black dysfunction, but all them inner cities and like I'm down here in South Carolina now. I've been doing some graduations, but I'm heading back to DC. And the stuff that go on in DC with black people, man, and dysfunction, you don't really see that in the South like that. Certain little pockets, but you got a lot of inner cities, Philly and Baltimore, DC, New York,
Mhm,
a lot of
mhm.
dysfunction, man. So
Now look at this. As far as I know, I don't know. The guy who owned the label DMX was on some dude in reform in what you say, you what you call it, boys home. Some dude in a boys home turned him out with drugs at 14. He was black. The guy who owned the label is black. Clearly he was not being paid what he was due. And he's talking about he ain't turning his back on his race. What do you, why would race even matter when you talk about this subject? And why do you want me to endorse questionable behavior? That's what I'm saying. But that is that, and it don't matter, man. Because you know what, it really don't matter. People gonna do what they want to do. I get it. It's sad. If I hear about any man who can't get off the dope, That's sad to me. If he got a bunch of kids from a bunch of different women, that's sad to me. He's being exploited by a company. That's terrible, man. That's horrible, bro. And that a lot of times that pressure is why people can't get off the drugs because that's their only peace. Having it, you don't have to reflect. And we collectively as a country, because you do got the opioids and all of that, we got to do something about this, man. We got to do something about it, man. Things got to get better. They can honor DMX, but you got to honor DMX. You know what I would say? Let's create a DMX award, the DMX Fight for Sobriety Award. And it goes to, what's the guy, 21 Savage, 6 months sober. So we can send a message how we got to be careful with that. Well, we ain't gonna do that, man. We ain't gonna do that. We gonna do what we want to do, bro. And this is the outcome we're all gonna get.
By now, they could have created a union. I mean, you look at the net worth of Puffy, Jay-Z, amongst of others, big time moguls, man. They could have created a union for those guys at this point.
Yeah, but they so caught up with hip hop beef and smashing each other, girl, and all that.
Yes,
man.
it's nothingness. It's a whole bunch of nothingness.
Yeah,
No substance whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's like you have to you have to be dumb to even be in it, so to speak.
Yeah, they ain't, them dudes ain't doing all that, man. Them dudes got too much animosity towards each other, and I've been wondering why. I wonder why 50 been going so hard on Puff like that all them years. He been smashing your damn well. He had another dude smack while he watched. I said, what kind of freak? I never thought Puff was gay like that, but that's crazy, man.
Yeah, but she's beautiful though, man. I can't. Oh man.
Yeah, but listen,
the lady, the girl in it. Talking about her?
Daphne.
Daphne Joy. Oh yeah. Charming. She can hold a conversation with you.
Yeah, but that's still, man. You letting me? That's still a sex worker, though, man. You can't.
It is.
Yeah, but she ain't worth my dignity. I don't care how beautiful a woman is, but yeah, you can go get that in Thailand. That's what them dudes getting in Thailand overseas.
She is, she is a certain type of persuasion, isn't she?
Yeah, that's what she is. She you can get that over. That's what them dudes get.
I don't know what she is.
That's what she is. Yeah, that's what she is.
No, she's mixed.
She's Southwest Asian. That's what she is.
Okay, whatever that is.
That's like
I don't know.
Filipino, Filipino, Thailand. That's what she is.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. And that's she. Whatever. I think she said she need her money back or something from 50, 200,000, whatever. I don't know how much he was paying her. And that's what I'm saying. You don't even hear about how much money these. That's why like DMX, he didn't have anybody. You could get access to these women. It's gonna cost you money. In some cases, too much money. And she just said that 50 need to something, put her back on her monthly something.
Oh man.
But this is the community. It was a bad depiction of black behavior. It was mad disrespectful, but you have to make an exception in the sense that they black people, so you got to give them a pass, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. If that's the way, if collectively that's what we want to do, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna give them a pass because they black. We're not gonna say you got to behave like everybody else. What?
Yeah, she's Filipino. She's from Philippines. Yeah.
So we're not going to say that your obligation at a funeral, at a ceremony, you got to respect the people, the memory of the person. And if you don't like the person or you felt like things were had, then just don't attend the funeral. or the ceremony. Simple as that. But we're gonna keep doing it this way. We're gonna keep behaving badly, causing problem, being disruptive, disrespecting each other, and nothing's gonna change, bro. And if any of you have children between the ages of what 8 to 18, you need to sit down there and let them know, especially in the black community. You got to sit down and let them know that that lifestyle that's pushed in front of their face is dangerous.
Yes, 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 yes. My children are. I have an 8-year-old daughter and a 10-year-old son, and man, they are so involved, and you'll be surprised how those kids in school know about the streamers, man. I had to tell them. I say, look, man, do y'all realize Castanet can't even read? So y'all gotta understand, man. You need basics in life, or people gonna manhandle you. It's human nature. They're gonna take advantage. Reading is very important. And we don't even, he's good. DMX is good at writing, but how many other entertainers are good at writing, but they couldn't read? R. Kelly, exceptional talent, but can't read.
Should we honor R. Kelly?
Oh man, come on, don't do me. I'll bypass.
Yeah, they're not going to honor him because of his crimes. Right?
Oh man,
I'm just being real, right? R. Kelly R. Kelly, right? And you don't know. Maybe you got a song off of Earth, Wind, and Fire. Maybe there's a favorite song off of Coldplay. You don't know what they're doing. You don't know what they're doing, true. Right? That's so true. If you like the music got nothing to do with what they're doing, right? So you like R. Kelly, but if they say we need to name the street after R. Kelly, what do you say? And now I'm gonna tell you, in the black community, you shut your mouth, because then they're gonna say, hey man, you can't be doing that. We need to show some love to these black people. So you can't say nothing. So you got to sit back and say, man, I don't know. I'm not a hater though. I ain't no hater though, man.
It's hard with R. Kelly because he's been putting it in our face what he was doing for so long. When he came out with the song Gigolo, if you look up Gigolo and the history behind that word, you would be alarmed and like, why they didn't arrest him earlier. If you look up with Gigolo, the meaning of it. But like you say, you got to have it's like a prison mentality. If you say something about the entertainers, they're gonna look at you and say you're anti-black.
You're a hater.
Right.
You'll immediately be like, anytime you go against any of the bad behavior, you know what I'm saying? A dude is too loud in a movie theater, and he's just loud, and you like, if you say something, what man, you better shut your hating ass up. How am I hating? You're making too much noise. Yeah, and so, and this thing, so let me say this. The street has been named. He has his street. Okay? So if that's what you wanted, you got it. He's got his street name. He said Mary J from the same area that DMX from.
Uncles. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, I agree. If you look in the name, if you say, hey, we want somebody to show us the kids and the people here, all the people here, that, to a certain degree, America works. And if you do these things, it'll come out this kind of way. Why not show some love to Mary J. Blige? Why not? But I don't make those decisions, man. And I'm going to drop this again. Look, if you're a DMX fan, right, just tell me why he should be honored. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Come up, nobody's going to interrupt you. Why should they honor him? Why do you really think the black community, we got Carmelo Anthony now, 35 years. You got the kid who got shot in the back. You got all of these problems. You think the black behavior should be paying tribute to a man who lived his life like DMX? Look, you guys keep, this is where you make your mistake. Didn't say he didn't do some good things. I'm saying that should the community be paying tribute to a man like that? That's just a question. You can't answer the question, and the question becomes insults. You can't answer the question, and that's what you're proving is that the community does not deserve respect.
Well, platinum. You got to understand it's kind of they coming from it like as usually situations like this. It's like whoever gets the most, whoever's the most successful. So you look at a place like Yonkers, it ain't too many successful black people coming out of Yonkers.
You said Mary J. Blige.
Yeah, yeah, she in the music
It's more
business
than that.
too.
It's more than that. It's more than that. You just see that's the point. We don't know
Yeah,
about them.
we don't exactly. We got to look it up. Like you got to go on Wikipedia,
Why
type
don't
in
they pay?
Yonkers,
Yeah,
and you know
why
how they
don't they
got
pay
like the,
homage? Why don't they pay
how they
homage
got
to
like
that?
the, how they got like the notable people. When you look up the city or state, and you're right, it should be like that. But but you got different lanes for different things. Like you
Well,
got the
we just
Nobel Peace Prize,
we we
Pulitzer Prize.
dis-
Go ahead.
disagree. Okay, Yonkers, there are some very successful black people from that area that need to.
Jada Kiss and the
Yeah,
Lots. Excuse me, Platt. Jada Kiss and the Lots is from the Yonkers too, right? Eric, is your name Eric?
Yeah, yeah, but we talking about outside of music though. I'm just
I
talking
mean,
about.
but both of his kids graduated college, though. I mean, he married. We talking about a rapper now.
Yeah,
Something gotta. It has to be an example. That's all I'm
yeah.
saying. If you're gonna be, if a street name, it has to be some type of example. Both of his kids graduated college. Man, I mean,
Cause I get what y'all saying. Cause like George Floyd, let me say off the top, George Floyd shouldn't have no statue. Stuff. That's
yeah,
what y'all treat. Yeah,
okay, but
George Floyd,
once
he shouldn't have
again,
no statue.
they said he should.
No, that's see,
no, no,
that's just a crack.
no.
That's just no
Okay,
disrespect.
okay.
That's just a junkie. We all know that dude like that who be standing in front of the
Well,
liquor store
that ain't why they gave him his statue, though.
because he died from police brutality. But he
Well,
don't deserve no statue.
he was deleted.
Yeah,
Right, they gave it to him, right?
yeah, but that
Yeah.
Okay,
wasn't. I don't think that
okay. No. I'm sitting up here listening to you.
they gave his daughter some money for school or college or whatever. That was good because she gonna need it. But to give someone like that a statue because he didn't do nothing with his life at all. So, what you getting a statue for? You know, at least DMX
Well,
and been on
they
movies and
they
made millions of
honored
dollars and
him.
got awards.
Okay,
So
okay.
that's the difference. He been really successful.
Well, there is no comparison.
Yeah, exactly. I
George
know
Floyd is on some wall in Minnesota. He also lost his life at the hands of someone else.
exactly.
DMX did not lose his life at the hands of someone else. You can't even compare the two.
I'm talking about the part with the accolade part. Like
He
I'll give it
what
to
accolades that's George Floyd? They honored him
he.
as like a memory of what happened to him as police brutality. They never
Yeah,
said that this is the type of guy he lived a life. Where's they saying that at?
I didn't say. I'm saying, but that statue gonna live. That statue gonna be around forever. So in 20 years from now, when everybody, get older and like kids grow up, they're gonna like, oh, this is George Floyd. They're gonna remix the thing and oh, he died and they're gonna make him like they made him like a martyr. But me and you know that, this ain't been nothing like that. He unfortunate police brutality situation. He lost his life. The
Mm-hmm.
guy got justice. The kid got the millions of dollars, his children, whatever. And
Well,
that should have been that. All
well,
that extra stuff
the
is
cop
not
was
worth it.
found. The cop was found guilty,
Yeah.
and they, I don't know if they raised money. I don't know. So the
Yeah,
kid
they
got
talk about
something.
20 million. Yeah, millions of
Okay,
dollars.
good for them. You know,
Right there.
they when they honor George Floyd, they're not honoring him from the standpoint he was living his life in a foul way. They're honoring him that his life was taken from him by someone who was sworn to protect the community. So, and you can disagree with that. I'm saying you can say, well, I don't think he should. Okay, I can say I don't think they should honor George Floyd. That don't mean they're going to change anything.
You're
He's
right.
still going to be
Right.
honored. And the thing with DMX, like I said, in the black community, you cannot have an opinion that goes against uh, um, the majority group. You say, hey, I don't know if that's a good idea to put a street name, make a BET award about him, uh, give it a, like what Dr. Dre got something at the Grammys, give him an award at the BET Awards and all of that. But we as a collective should say we're only going to put a particular type of individual on these street names. What's
Yeah,
wrong with
but
that?
yeah,
I
but
don't even understand what the problem is with that.
yeah, street names ain't really not that big of a deal, because like you see most street names, they'll keep the original name of the street, but they'll have like the DMX thing on top of the actual. They don't
Uh-huh.
actually change the name, but they'll put like a little extra thing on the top of the original street to be like DMX Way or something like a. It
Mhm.
ain't really like you changing the actual street name. The
Okay.
streets go pretty far because you
Okay.
can't. Yes, that's all they're doing. It's making like a little his stomping grounds. That's where you from, and just remember his legacy. That's it. That's all.
Yeah, I've seen some of that stuff here, but when they name the street, I have noticed there's two signs up. So,
Yeah,
but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
yeah. So
A
they
lot of
should.
rappers they do give them street names, but I think that um it's it depends on the rapper. If a
Like,
rapper's on there talking about very, very negative things, I think that we need to be careful honoring him.
yeah. Like Allen Iverson got one too. I just seen something a while ago with Allen Iverson. He got one. His old neighborhood, and it got the actual. It's like a four-way street, but it got like Allen Iverson Boulevard on top of the actual thing. And he taking pictures with all like the old people from his neighborhood,
Hmm.
uncles and people. But Allen Iverson, he never won no championship. He just been like a basketball player that all the youth looked up to.
Yeah,
He
but I think
changed the NBA
gave
culture.
he
So
gave he gave back. Allen did do a lot of stuff with
yeah,
the
yeah,
youth,
of course, yeah, yeah,
so that's probably they're remembering that.
yeah. Because it don't
But
take
but
much.
but
All the
I
stuff
don't
go
see
through
why
like city council. Huh?
if DMX can get one, I don't see why yeah, Allen Iverson can't.
Yeah, because they base it on like your popularity, your accomplishments, and like your impact. That's what they base this stuff off.
But is it a good idea? You think this is a good idea for the black community though? When you got schools and then where that's a lot of poverty there. Is it is this a good idea to? There's a mural across the street of him. You can see his face. It's just a painting. But when you say the street names, do you think that's a good idea? Yeah,
I mean, I don't.
a lot of people say no.
I mean, I don't. I'm kind of in. I'm kind of like in the middle. I don't think it's a good idea or a bad idea. Because you can
Okay.
go. I mean, your legacy and your impact is your impact. You can't deny that. You can go to overseas and see Tupac, Malcolm X. You can see all our black, like icons overseas in the impoverished areas. So it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's overseas. They got the impoverished areas. They got big morals of Tupac sitting in
Okay,
Brazil.
but I'm talking about when you start saying
Uh,
official acknowledgement. City council, like they did the Minnesota GOP did a moment of silence for Derek Chauvin, stuff like that. Do you think that's appropriate? You can like him, you could think he's not guilty, but should collectively the group have a moment of silence?
no, see, because he committed murder. He killed somebody. What you having a
Okay, that's
moment?
what I'm saying, man. So
Yeah.
all of this stuff, if we're going to honor stuff, let's agree with the totality of the person. You just said George Floyd. I would agree with that. Did they ask you about George Floyd, Eric? Because they didn't ask me about it. They just
No, they
honored him.
asked me. They just
That's what
honored
I'm
him. Yeah.
saying. But if no, they would ask me, I would say, I don't know about an honor. The
Yeah.
guy needs to be held accountable for what happened. But no, I don't think he needs to be on posters and shit like. I don't think so.
Statue, you got the statue up. Yeah, that's too. Yeah. So that's the thing. You don't got you doing a little bit too extra. You're going doing too much with it.
And another thing, the community has got to get where we can have honest discussions, man, without all of the name calling.
Yeah. You can't have a conversation with too many a lot of black people in general
Uh-huh.
don't even know how to answer simple questions.
And look at it. What I mean by the uncivilized. Look at this. This is the look at that. Look, this is the problem right here. Niggas sit around and gossip like hoes about a dump. I don't know. I don't know what they dip. A kid just got 35 years protecting himself. And this one, okay, well, let's go over that, right?
We
We're
already
gonna have to
talked about
delete.
that 3-4
No,
days
no,
in a
no.
row.
We're gonna have to delete his profane comment, but let's discuss it. Um, the kid was found guilty by the state of Texas. He's under appeal. What are you doing instead of interfering over here? What are you doing to get him free?
Because he got plenty money. They done put up
We don't
Cardi
care about
B,
the money.
50
We
Cent.
don't.
I'm
Yeah.
saying it's to get every week. So
What are you doing? I'm saying he's over here telling me that I need to discuss Carmelo Anthony for what? He's under appeal. He's in prison. What is me having 2-hour conversations about him all the time? What is that going to do? How's that going to help him out? But see, this once again, the guy not deleted stuff. This is the typical Negro. They just think they can control you, like you don't have a right to your own thoughts. They don't have anything to add, but they just want to try to tell you what to think and how to talk. And see, I really think those are remnants of slavery. I think a lot of black people have a slave master's mentality when it comes to other black people. They don't want you to have an opinion, period. And that's why we're in the position we're in. That's exactly why we're in the position in. And you say all of that stuff. I saw that 50 Cent ain't said nothing about no Carmelo Anthony. And all them people they said, now Cardi B did, but the rest of them, they put some stuff on. And a lot of that stuff on X is AI. None of that stuff was true. 50 Cent. That ain't even 56 Fence mode.
yeah,
He don't even talk about stuff like that.
I think yeah, but
Bootsy,
yeah, I think he put
there
something
you
on
go.
it. Though.
I don't
You
know.
got people doing it.
Maybe
People because of the first time they caught so much flack for that money they got the first time. People doing it under wraps. So it's awareness out there. And it don't take nothing for 5 or 6 celebrities to come up with a couple of $1 million. That ain't nothing. So that kid gonna be he gonna be fine. He probably get he not gonna do all that time. That's for sure. I don't think so.
he said black people want black people to stick together. Okay, well, why is the guy insulting me? If he wants us to come together, why is he insulting me? I haven't said anything about him.
It's just like you talking to them frustrated white guys. They mad because they can't get no good jobs. They can't get these women to have their kids. So it's a bunch of frustration out here, man. People are powerless, so they come on the internet, bother other people with curse words and name calling, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all it is.
Yeah, and look, I don't control the black community, but this stuff right here, if they would have just honored him like they were supposed to, it would have never went viral. But what it does is brings attention to the fact that he's got getting the street. And there are people out there going to say, "You see what I mean? You see what I mean?" These people don't care about nothing. They don't care about. They'll use drugs till they die. They'll make kids till they go to jail. They don't want to do anything. And not only that, they hold these people up to high regard. That's not a good look for the black man. Now, hold up. Let me say this. I know people don't want, I know you don't want to hear that. I know you don't want to hear that. But that is why the community, when we talk about all the guys talking about going overseas, why you think a lot of the overseas, the family don't want their daughters talking to black men? You think that stuff don't spread out? You got a lot of black men who don't want their daughters talking to black men. And like you said, you got Jada Kiss, you got Mary J. Blige, you got a whole host of people who are positive and very successful. But you're spending all your time focused on the wrong thing. And I get it, man. But you know, when you say a DMX, a lot of dudes want to look up to thugs because thugs are their family members. But in the real world, that'll work in the ghetto. See, that's what that shit works in the ghetto. Outside the ghetto, they don't look up to thugs. No, they don't. But you can do it you're right, you stay in the ghetto. And they don't give a damn. They show you they don't give a damn about the ghetto, that they would put a name like that on the street in the ghetto.
And that's what the conversation needs to be. And that no one's in the chat bringing that up. See, that lets you know how much respect they have for it right there.
Yeah, and then what if you're a homeowner? Your property value is going to go down. Doing stuff like that. But like I said, you're talking about a bunch of people who are impressed. My issue ain't even, you know what the issue, I didn't know he was getting the street name. My issue is the kids having to grow up without a father. That's just not a good thing, man. And a lot of times when you have your first kid, you realize you got to get off the drugs, man. Why? You got to make sure this kid is okay. I know plenty of people who done quit. First baby born, they're done. They knock on your door. Hey man, you want this shit? I'm done with this shit. You can't live your life without consequence. You have to make the right decision. You don't really have a choice. And the community has been told they don't have to worry about consequence. Just do it. Okay. Well, we'll see how it plays out. And when you say an advocate for fairness, I am an advocate for fairness. That's anybody who visits this channel know I'm always advocating. We did 4 or 5 streams for Carmelo. We hope he got justice. Now, what we see with Carmelo Anthony is, and I'm saying that we finna have this BET Awards and all. We see all these people showing off their trucks, they showing off their hoes, they showing off their stacks of money. Why don't they do a stream in support of Carmelo Anthony? Their platform's way bigger than ours. Why don't they do a stream? They ain't gonna do that. See, they know what the white man will let them do. They know that. So he don't care about them flash. You know, guess who sold them the car? The white man. Guess who sold them the house? The white man. Guess who sold them the jewelry? The white man. Guess who sold them the cars? The white man. That ain't nothing but free advertisement for him. But they're allowed to do it. They better not say nothing about no Carmelo Anthony. They better not. And that's what I'm saying. And you see these Negroes ain't said nothing. You see 50 Cent, he ain't said nothing. All these guys who at each other are always talking about this and that. What they doing now? They ain't said nothing about the Carmelo Anthony. But they will be around to tell you to buy their record and come to their concert. And we fall for that shit. Anyhow, I don't know what we're going to do. I know I have to go through that. You go to a funeral, you go to a gathering, a family reunion. There's bad blood. And I don't like that shit, man. But then again, you be around people. Some people, they like that. They like creating hostility. They like that. You see stuff spill out. You even had people lose their lives, lose their life. So it's a lot of bad behavior, man, that we should know better. But we don't know better because we thrive off of that. And I've been saying it, and I'm gonna keep saying it. I'm saying these Negroes tough to other Negroes. Oh, I don't even question that. I don't question Negroes are not tough to other Negroes. But I don't mess with these white folks. I don't care what they put on their little Twitter page. They don't mess with, they know better. I seen it. Not talking about it, I seen guys acting a fool in the park. When that white man turned that corner, they stopped acting a fool. If I would have told them, they would have looked at me like, I would have called me a hater, looked at me like I was a fool. When that white man turned that corner, they stopped acting, they acted. And I said, look at these Negroes. So this is tough. This is tough. You act a fool with your brother, but when that white man show up, you switch up. It was just a white dude. It wasn't no white police officer. White dude. He looked at him. They was loud. I think he had his family over there. He was walking toward them. They stopped clowning, acting a fool. He stood there for a minute. He said nothing to him. They put their heads down, and then he walked away, and he sat over there and kept doing what he was doing. And they stopped acting a fool. But no, they want to attack other people and say, the Google says DMX did all of that. Go look at Google. I don't know what DMX did. Google said he lived his life like that. And then they attack you for saying, well, you can't be saying that shit, man. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with me? Man, how you gonna say some shit like that about DMX? Brother, that's the way he lived his life. But that's the way. That's cool though, man. I get it. I get it, man. I wish that his people would know how to conduct themselves when you honor somebody. I wish his people would look out and say that. And you know what? I agree with his kids. Because online it says they're going after the record label. I agree with his kids. If my dad had that type of involvement and success and he died without money, he had no money, somebody was taking advantage of him. And I don't think DMX owns the rights to his catalog. They should be suing to try to get that. At least let the kids have his catalog if they don't already have it. Like the stream, man. Hold on. Let me see. If you're a DMX fan, tell me why. Why should he be? Why should you honor him? When I say a Malcolm Jamal Warner, well, why honor him? Honor him, right? He lost his life, right? He drowned. He got caught up in a riptide. Wasn't his fault. Tide caught him. Why honor him? What did he do? Well, he didn't really, he provided a lot of entertainment for a lot of people, but he lived his life in a way that you honor. He didn't cause harm to anybody. And I think we don't even know how that. I think the black community is so messed up. They don't know who to honor and who not to honor. You got guys out here, they don't sing about nothing but violence. Then they get shot, and Negroes said we need to honor them. Man, that's all that guy was saying about. But that's the world that we live in. And I figured that. I put it out there. They can't justify that. DMX is the true and undisputed GOAT. Hands down, no debating. Well, if you like that, not my really thing on his rap. I like his movies. And from now, he died broke. I didn't know he was being exploited. Okay, and they're gonna, you know. And he said, "What Yonkers? What is Yonkers like? A densely populated, densely black populated section of what New York?
Yeah, New York.
Yeah, right when you get out of New York City,
Mm-hmm.
you got Mount Vernon, you got Mount Vernon, Yonkers, and you got what's the west? I forgot, but it's right the outside the city, like right across. It's about the same thing, but it ain't part of. It's like right above the Bronx, Mount Vernon and Yonkers. So it's
And it's
pretty
it's
much the
it's
same.
like a real
It
densely
look,
populated with a lot of blacks.
yeah, it look just like New York, just saying, just not part of the boroughs.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, this is what happens, man. This is what we do to each other. We poison each other with drugs and leave a lasting impact in each other's lives, man. Sometimes you got to think, okay, if I introduce this person to this, it's going to change their life. So I'm not going to introduce this person to this. But we don't do that. Oh, he's talking. Okay. He said smoke detector. He's talking about one of you guys. Ain't no smoke detector over here.
Oh, so that's the son that was on the show with the
Alanya Van Zant,
relationship
yeah,
coach with DMX, the reality
yeah,
show.
and that
Yeah,
was sad.
so
I
yeah, that's
remember.
that's the one that he was telling, man, communicate with me, man. Without the cigarette. It was a sad moment, man. I think DMX even shed a tear, man, and left the room because he couldn't deal with the situation. But it was a sad moment, though.
Isn't her program the one where that black dude cries?
All the dudes, everybody cried on
Yeah,
her
she has
show.
programs like that.
No, the
Yeah.
the famous little clip where the guy cries.
Oh, the old black man.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
white, right?
Yeah, yeah.
no
I think
old black
so.
Yeah.
man. He whines like a wasn't that her
Yeah, I
program?
think. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you can't really like that stuff. It's some of the stuff you can review, but a lot of that stuff, I think you got to go through a certain uh,
Yeah,
process. Because
and
like the
her.
new, like Fox News, right? I can't. If I tried to do Fox News, I mean it's copyright. It's heavily copyright, and
Yeah,
and the computers will pop that thing so quick.
yeah, she be
But
having the shows with like two black men got like 75 kids. They got 25 kids, 50 kids apiece, and all that crap. She be doing shows like that. Like that, she had the show with one of our two black dudes had 76 kids or something. They had like 35 kids apiece or something.
yeah, well, it's irresponsible. And I get
Yeah,
it. I'm a man. I get the part. It's a bragging right. I get that part. You doing your thing. You out here slawing them out. Smash, 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 smash. But you have to accept the consequences. You ain't gonna have no money. Well, you can have them, but you gonna be broke. And that's the problem. People don't want to do that. It's why, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna neglect them. Yeah, okay. So you're running from the police now.
Yeah.
You got to stay out the off the. You got to go into the streets to make money because you can't do it in the regular world because they'll take your check.
I'd
So
say
it
between,
turns out it's not a good idea. So that's all. Look, that's the whole point. You can do whatever you want to do, but then you got to deal with the backlash of what you do.
yeah, between her, Tyler Perry, and that other lady who be doing them VH1 shows, I don't know who's the worst. It just seemed like they just out to exploit black people, just put the negative, most negative images out there. And
Well, you know,
people
she's
eat
on
that
her
stuff
own
up.
network though. That's Oprah's network, the own network.
Uh
Yeah,
huh.
and
Yeah,
Oprah always been anti-black man,
yeah,
always.
yeah.
Yeah, she got.
Since Color Purple days. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, she has some type of issue, and I think she said, "Well, we don't need to." Unfortunately, her youth, she
Yeah,
was
I was
trauma.
thinking about that
Yeah.
when you said that. We don't need to talk about that.
No, I'm just saying she was traumatized, but
It was more than traumatized. That was a that's a man, that's a bad situation. You know,
Tyler
it can
Perry
alter
too.
your mentality too in a way.
Yeah,
well,
That's why her and Tyler Perry so close. He had the same situation. See how that stuff worked?
Oh, I
well,
forgot about Tyler
He
Perry.
had the
Yeah,
well,
same thing happen. Same thing. He would say it. Both the stepdaddy and the mama. So they kind of close
well, that's not.
together.
Hold up, that's unfortunate. But you, if you are going forward in life, you have to do things with that behind you.
right.
Like you
Not
saying, she don't like black men. We see you now. You can't. What you're doing now, you're becoming a problem because okay, you got a bad thing happen to you in your youth, but now you're presenting something to the world, and you have a slanted presentation, and you're trying to justify saying, "Well, something happened to me." No, you got to still be fair.
and they
You
came
can't
out with
just
that.
put
Remember they
that
came
out
out
there
with
like
that
that.
they came out with that Precious movie. So yeah, everything they do, man, is just it's just kind of disgusting, man. If you look at it, the amount they do more, they get filthy rich off just doing just displaying that
Dysfunction.
dysfunction at the highest
Mhm.
degree, highest degree.
Actually, you know what? I don't. What's her name? The fat chick, because she done lost weight. Not a
Gabby,
lot. Yeah,
Gabby City, baby.
she's doing fine, man. What I'm saying, all the people who talk about Precious, when you take a look at her now, years later, she's married. I think she got a kid now.
By a
She's
white
doing,
dude, yeah.
yeah, she's doing well. She's married and she got a kid, and she's doing fine. What I'm saying, people predicted things would go so bad for her. She's pretty adjusted in Hollywood, and she ain't on no drugs. She came from an all black area. I mean, like she from straight up the hood, and she
Yeah.
managed to figure it out, man. That's what I'm saying. She managed to figure it out. Does her name deserve to be on the street? I wouldn't go that far, but you do have to say, man, you figured it out. When a lot of people can't figure it out.
Yeah, it's just, man, we definitely need some more positive media, man. Social media, that's just the icing on the cake. So I don't know.
Well, does well, I wouldn't even say Tupac. I don't even know about his whole history, but um, people make fun of the black community. He was talking about Asians, other races make fun of the black community when they do stuff like this. Look at the people y'all honor. They look at that. Look at the people you look up to. You don't look up to the smart people. You don't look up to the gifted people. You only care about you know these types of people, and the habits of those people are detrimental.
Now that's not all the way true now, because we do got some. Now I'll say, like, with black people, it's the thing. Black people are a marginalized group. So of course, when you're a marginalized group, you gonna have a subculture, and everybody else gonna think that's cool from different cultures. That's why you got Asians and Mexicans and even some like you see them with them black scents, or they try to copy black people's style because we turn dysfunction and we make it look cool. That's why the hip hop all over the
No,
world. That's
it
the
ain't
only
cool.
thing.
Hold up, to kids? You mean to kids, right?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. A.
I mean, kids, teenagers, and
Ain't
some
nothing.
adults.
Dysfunction is not cool under
I'm
no
just saying.
circumstance.
No, what I'm
The
saying is
guy
that
who
when
comes out the club drunk and stumbling, because he's an alcoholic and he gets in the car, who looks at that as cool?
no,
Okay, and he
listen,
makes it home. Who looks at that? Man, he's my nigga, man. Shit. Who
we're
look at
not
that?
talking about that. I'm talking
Yes,
about
you
like
are
like hip.
talking about that. You just said that they make stuff like that cool.
Okay, like hip hop music comes from dysfunction. The whole
Oh
culture.
God, come on, A.
You
Don't
talk
do
about come on
this.
E. That's where hip hop comes from.
No,
We
it's
just had
different. Go
yeah, yeah,
ahead. Go
we
ahead.
no. We just had a woman, a young black lady, 29, um, at prime of her life. Um, she didn't have a license, she didn't have any insurance, and she was drunk over the legal limit, and she was speeding. She sped through a red light and took the life of a 12-year-old boy. And now she has to face the music. This woman's life is over. This woman's life is over. We make dysfunction. What the fuck is cool about some shit like that? That ain't cool,
I'm
man.
not talking about that. I'm talking about the actual music and the
But
culture.
but E, do you know hip hop just isn't uh gangster rap and
I understand that it comes
provocative?
from different.
Okay,
We have different genres of
okay.
hip hop.
So when I hear people have these hip hop conversations and just be like, that hip hop music, that's why these kids is acting crazy. Like, no, bro. It it start from the house, number one, the household, because before even hip hop, like it already been dysfunction out here, and we can't just put it that. That's just like they was trying to blame heavy rock music for the little white kids wilding out. Like, no, bro, music do move. What you could say, vibration, but we not just gonna put it just on hip hop. Nobody's not glorifying NBA young boy looking like a damn crackhead,
Yes,
Uh,
barely
they
can talk.
are. Yes, they are. Why do you think
The
hip hop
young
music?
generation would like to defer on that one, man.
Why?
They
Why
yeah,
do
love
you
NBA
think
they
YoungBoy.
love hip,
exactly?
bro.
Why
They
do you
Yeah.
think?
love NBA
They
YoungBoy.
love the music. They don't. If you really listen to these kids talk about NBA YoungBoy, they love his music. But him as a person, they make fun of him.
They look
They,
like him, dress like him, skinny, the little hairstyles, everything. They copy
nah,
that
they
dude.
changed with the skinnies. They wear big ass jeans now. But I'm just
Listen,
saying, like, they love his music. Don't get me wrong. Oh yeah, they love They go to his
he,
concert, his music. They rap his songs. But when they talk about him, they make fun of him. They don't
nah, I
be
don't
really
know
taking
about
him
it.
serious. All them
Don't know.
kids and just like DMX. Like I love DMX, but nobody, the regular black man, ain't out here having 10, 12 kids, bro. Like, come on,
But
man.
That's
We
they
love
his
his
love
music.
personal
him.
life.
But be honest, they did love him. You grew up in the hood too, right? Where you from?
Yeah, I grew up right there. I'm in Philly. I'm right there near New
Okay,
York.
yeah. So
So
you know they love some DMX, man. They loved him as a
yeah,
From
person.
'98 to
but that was in the
2000,
the early 2000s. Everybody
97 to yeah,
definitely loved X, but later on down the line, when you started to have, you know, you was on drugs or whatever, people was
Right.
like, nah, we can't respect this, bro.
he had a 10-year run at the top on movies. He was the biggest thing alive. Like
And he got beat. His contract was messed up.
yeah.
He
I
got
don't believe he could
exploited.
read, man. I'm telling you. I'm telling you,
Mm.
I don't deny because I remember one time he was mad at his wife. He did a show on he did an interview on Breakfast Club. He said, yeah, I gave her the money to pay the bills. I'm like, sir, why you ain't pay the bills?
Mm.
All of them do. I mean, I don't know how they go. That money go fast.
A lot of
A
these
lot of
guys
them go
came from the
broke.
streets. Yeah, they come from the
Right,
streets. So
right.
T
I
Pain
just
said he
heard,
ran through 40 million in like
I,
3 4 years or something,
yeah,
giving
he
his
had
cousin access to his money and do some real estate stuff. So yeah,
they don't
it
have
goes
financial
fast.
literacy.
Yeah,
No, a lot of these guys don't have financial literacy. They don't have accountants to really help them out. Like we see right now with Mayweather. Like a lot
yeah.
of these guys is not educated to the highest of they You know what I'm saying? You got all this money, you can't take yourself back to school and learn how to read and at least learn how to read a contract or help a lawyer
That's
advise you.
embarrassing.
You get what I'm saying? Like Finesse 2 times say he can't read. I'm like, what's up with y'all? Y'all niggas
These
don't know how to read?
these are street dudes. These are street dudes, and none of that stuff matters to
Well,
them.
life goes beyond the stunt, man. So when you say Floyd Mayweather is a boxer, he got the things he was looking for. Unfortunately, the way the world works, you know, people must manipulate you out your money, and that's pretty much what happened. But he still got life to live. So now, what is he going to do? Have to get back in the ring? And how long will that last? So he'll get his 200 million, and what it'll last him about 3 years.
Yeah.
You know, Farrakhan warned him, man, when he saw Warren Buffett around him. He said, man, all he want to do is take your money. He ain't teaching you nothing.
Yeah.
Well, it's you're a grown man. You got to be a grown man, man.
That's true. At the end of the day, you're right.
And another thing on the drugs, women, a lot of dudes won't admit it, but a lot of dudes are introduced to drugs via the women.
Via women. Well, that's a whole nother stream now. Oh, man.
No, I'm saying the women.
Bobby and Whitney, everybody thought it was Bobby, but it was Whitney.
Yeah, it was Whitney the whole time. Yes. Yeah. You know, she wanted to date. At one time, she was dating Randall Cunningham when he was in prime years with the Eagles. I'm talking about he was jumping over people. And she said he was too slow. And that always stuck with me when I was a younger kid. Like, what she meant by that? But now that I'm older and understand the drug use and everything, that's why. Because he wasn't able to live that lifestyle with her.
And people, when people have a drug addiction, right, they don't like to use alone.
Right.
So you're going to offer you some, right? So no, I'm just saying, you may say no for 6 months, and then we're just regular human beings. Maybe it's something that's really y'all having fun. Now you really know this person. Y'all having fun. You say, fuck it, let me get some of that stuff. You see what I'm saying? Next thing you know, she can do it. She can do it. Go to work, and know when to not do it, but you can't. And that's what, like you said, DMX said that sort of ruined his life when he was introduced to crack cocaine at 14, because he spent the rest of his life trying to stop using it. And that stuff that shit costs money. That shit is not cheap.
Yeah, cocaine, crack, yeah. Run through. Yeah. What's that other producer dude, Scar Stacey? He been doing $1 million a day.
That's crazy.
He been doing $1 million a day, went broke, lost it. He had the Scarface house, lost that. He had the real Scarface house on the actual movie in Miami.
Oh, Scott Storch.
Yeah, and he lost everything. Just now getting back on his feet.
A Platt, do you think we can give black men the grace that we have our own trauma and we got to get over it in different ways? Because if I was a big DMX fan, all his music was talking about the stuff he'd been through, besides the hood shit. I'm slipping, I'm falling, I can't get out. Like, he had so many songs where he talked about the stuff that he'd been through. He was a foster child, he was beat on, street life. You get what I'm saying? That's why I really gave DMX a lot of grace, because unlike a lot of rappers, he never portrayed to make it seem like I'm just out here getting it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had it all made.
Hold up, Joey. Now you say give him grace. Joey, they gave him a street name. My issue was, should the community be honoring him from that perspective? There's a mural already on the wall that honors him. A BET award, whatever they have, whatever award show. Why can't they say this is the DMX hip hop award for whatever, right? That's an honor. But when you say street names, that's the community. That goes beyond hip hop. And that's all the people there. And that's also, you're saying these are the people the black community need they want to, these are honorable black people. These are our exceptional people. Is it
Yeah,
a good idea to pick him? That's what I'm saying. Now, obviously, they think it is, and we can talk about the bad behavior at the ceremony. But how can you compete with other races if the best people you have all these problems?
Nobody said they were the best. That's the thing.
It's supposed to be. That's what that's for.
Yeah, when you have a street name, that means like you like the elite.
but a lot of them people dealt with adversities in their life too. Just like DMX, and he
Yeah.
overcame some of them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he was towards the end of his life. He was trying to get it together, but you know, everybody went through stuff. You just seen
Yeah,
DMX stuff
but
in
Joy,
4K.
he went to rehab in 2017, rehab 2018,
Uh huh.
jail, tax
Yeah.
evasion,
Uh huh.
rehab, and then he would later pass away because of drugs.
Was it because of drugs, or he just had health elements? I thought.
No, the doctor
No,
told him don't
yeah,
do it, and he got a hemorrhage in his head
yeah.
after he did that last hit.
Yeah. So technically it was the effect from drugs, but I get what y'all saying. You could say, yeah,
Well, Joey, you're raising your kids. If you wanted to, you
yeah.
could go get you a nice, healthy drug addiction. And no, no,
Nah.
no. As you raise them, you could deal with your desire for drugs, and then you know, as they grow up, they'll grow up with their father who has a healthy drug addiction, and then maybe it might not. You wind up dying because of that. So, is that a good idea? That's what I'm saying. Because you would think kids would make you not use them.
I think if you even do any drugs and you trying to be a productive like human being, it's not going to correlate. You can't do drugs and have a habit and think that you're still going to be productive out here. Platt. That's just me. I've seen functional crackheads and all that. I hear that, but mentally, you can't be able to do both. You can't.
Yeah, it's gonna catch up with you eventually.
Eventually, it is, and they live on life on their terms. A lot of addicts don't got a set schedule when they go to work. Well, nah, there's some crackheads that go to work on time and make sure they go to, or they be on the block cleaning up and give them a couple of hours. They might wash your car. Yeah, they functional, but that's just until they get their money. And then you can't never find them again, and then they pop back up again. But DMX,
Mhm.
my thing was with him is that he had all them kids. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, he wasn't in the best situation financial wise, just like typical most black men.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of kids, a lot of debt, drug habit. It's it's sad, but that's most typical black men that's in the hood traits that they have. But my thing was he was trying to overcome his elements. You know what I'm saying? He tried to. You listen to his music.
Uh,
You listen to
uh,
even when
okay.
that show came out, Platt with Ayana and his son.
Mm-hmm.
They
Mm-hmm.
was talking. I watched that episode, and you could see DMX like he wasn't
Right.
all in his right mind.
Yeah, we were
Like,
talking about that earlier. Yeah, yelling and screaming and cursing her out. And,
but he come from
yeah,
that element. He come from the hoods, of New York. Like, like
It
but
was
I
like
think
she was stronger mentally than he was at times. You know, when they'll have that back and forth, and he'll just break down and get emotional, start cursing. I was like, wow, like think about it. How many guys looked up to him, and he can't even have a simple conversation? It's strange, man. It's just weird when you open the curtain.
but that's most guys in the hood anyway. Highly
That's true.
emotional,
That's true.
angry, a drop of a dime. If you tell them something about themselves, they ready to fight or
Mm-hmm.
fuss or act just damn near like people be saying. I be trying to
Mm-hmm.
push back against that narrative,
But
acting like
it's
they
real,
mother, acting like a black
hey,
woman.
hey, Joe,
right?
let me ask you a
What up?
question.
What up, E?
You that story that's starting to go viral, but the dude on the bus who had tell a young guy, I see he told one of the kids or something to turn the music down. They shot him and killed him. He was
Yeah,
going to pick.
I
That was in
heard that.
Philly or New Jersey or New York.
I think that was in here in Philly.
Yeah, yeah, because I've seen because they told him to turn the music down, and they blew him away on the bus to going to pick up his kids from school.
But
Huh?
Black kids.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know. They just showed the picture of the dude like 41 years old. He had 6 kids.
That's
And
sad,
he was on
man.
a bus. He
Wait a minute,
told he could.
hold up. And somebody took his life.
Yes, he told somebody on the bus to turn the music down a little bit. And then somebody shot him in the stomach or something and killed him.
Wow.
So wait a minute, a father with 6 kids
Yeah,
at
he was
21, at
no. He's
21,
41. He's 41 years
41,
old.
and somebody a black person took his life on the bus.
Yeah, I don't know the race, but I'm probably sure it was somebody black. He told
Well,
a
there you
young
go, man. And that's hold up. Just by you just saying that, I'm sorry, man. You can't say that.
Yeah,
You can't say this DMX thing is a good thing. You just can't say that because look at us. Look at the way we are.
yeah.
Took a
You know
man's
they think we
life.
savages. You know that's what they say behind closed doors. They savages.
Mm. Mm.
Yeah,
That's crazy, man. And
yeah,
that's what I mean. We can't afford to look, get a guy a BET award, right? You could some people would say he don't deserve, but honor him there, make an award, put a name on. He is passed away. Show love, show respect. But in a lot of ways, this is sort of a middle finger up to society right here. This is a
Right.
FU to society saying, we don't give a fuck. We put his name on that street. This is what we think about y'all.
oh no, play. I don't agree with that.
Yes,
yeah. I
it
don't agree
is.
with that.
If you break it down to what type of human he is, break it down now from the music to the real life of him not able to communicate with his kids. He could communicate with dogs. He had a whole chain of dogs, but you know, for his life itself or what we do on a daily basis with the kids, family, if you're married, your wife, you got to manage the household, man. He couldn't even manage his life like that. It looks like that's what they. If you put something like that in our community, and you don't have an uproar, it looks like, well, just give them that just to shut them up, type of deal.
Okay, so let me ask y'all a question. You know how what do you say to like? Because sometimes them streets don't really dictate behavior. I be hearing like a lot of people say like in all like black black neighborhoods they got a Martin Luther King. Usually the Martin Luther King is with like
Hey,
the most
brother, you know what? You know what?
huh?
Hey,
Do
what's
not
up,
do.
hey?
Yeah, no, hold up. Don't do that.
What are you talking? No, I'm saying
You brought up King. Don't do that, man. We talking about DMX, but don't even
okay.
these stupid comparisons.
The
That
street
shit was
sign.
illegal. That was illegal. That man was illegally recorded. If they recorded, I haven't seen that they did. Those were lies. Absolute lies. No, brother. We're talking about a man. That man had nothing to do with his own demise. I mean, his life was taken from him. You're talking about a man who was told get off the dope, and he kept doing it, and then he's dead. And you saying what people need to do is put a street name out for him. And
I didn't
then
say that.
I was going to say this of this brother up here. What's your name? Parisia?
Yeah, parasite. I use that, man. I work in. I'm a chief information security officer, so I got to kind of hide myself. I can't,
No, I
I'm
got
in the
you.
corporate world.
I feel you, bro.
I'm listening. I'm listening to you, and it's like a minefield. He's literally walking on a minefield. He's not trying to disrespect DMX, but he's trying to make a point. Is this someone that we should honor? And you guys, he can't say if he, I read if you read what he was doing, all you hating or you doing something wrong.
Nah, I wouldn't say y'all hating Platt.
But
I just
Platt,
said, can y'all give him some type of grace though,
yeah,
due to
Platt,
the fact that he had other things in his life he's been through, and you know what I'm saying?
I
Go
agree.
ahead.
But my thing is with Platt, he act like since he got the street sign up there, people gonna be acting like DMX. That's my whole thing. That's not necessarily true.
Okay. But it's still you still are looking up to an individual who may not set the right example
Right.
for others to follow. And why are you honoring that guy?
I think his music and movies gonna outlive the negative stuff.
That's exactly what
That's
we need to look at.
the
if we
music and
measure
the
his music, though,
First of
really,
all, he sold millions. He touched millions of people
exactly.
due to his music.
White
Yeah.
Alone
people.
should give that man respect.
That's gonna be 80%. The drugs gonna be like 20%.
And
80.
he talked about his trauma. Like, Platt, we gotta take that into consideration, man. Most black men, especially around that time in the
He
early
talked.
2000s, like
Hold up. He talked about his addiction,
he talked about his addictions, he talked
and
about his
still,
trauma.
and he still passed
Well,
away
well,
from it.
first of
He tried to
all,
push through it. Platt, he tried to.
drug addiction is across the board in all community. I
Well, we're
understand
talking about
competing.
DMX.
I
Hold up. We're
understand
not. No,
competing
no,
against.
no, 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 no,
Why you interrupting me? You
no,
don't even hear my
no.
conversation.
Well, because you finna try to sidetrack the conversation, talking about something else. We're talking about DMX. He was given a street name. It's really a pretty much yes or no. Basically, you're in a position of yes. You saying it was
No,
appropriate to give.
I'm on a position of how I want to speak before I get interrupted.
You're going to be interrupted if you try to sidetrack.
I'm gonna interrupt
Now,
too. The point I'm
I'm
making
letting
is
you come up here, brother. You're trying to help, but you're doing the same thing.
you irritate
we
me,
want
and
to hear what you got to say.
I haven't even finished my statement, bro. God damn, can I finish my statement? Supposed to judge a person's opinion when he get done.
Oh, is that it? So that's what you got?
Do I got the flow again? You interrupted.
But it's his platform, though, brother. I mean, respectfully, I mean,
And I'm coming up to his platform to give my opinion that I'm welcome to.
You're going to make your opinion tonight. I got it.
Go ahead, Jake.
I'm trying to grab the microphone.
This
Grab the
guy
microphone.
over the years has had, I don't know, he won't leave me alone. But go ahead, Jacob.
No, first of all, my opinion, drug addiction is across the board. That man sold music that touched all community because they can relate to his drug addiction, trying to get off, on and off. So that alone should honor his music of what he tried to do on earth. He battled with his addiction like million people do on this earth. But to answer your question, should he be honored? Of course, because that music touched so many lives that can relate to his addiction.
That's
in
fact.
our community. In our community. I understand we're talking about our community, but you have to understand my opinion for us why he should be honored, because that man touched our community, even though he tried his best on earth to try to get off something that million people struggle with that never get off.
What about the amount of kids?
That's his person.
Well, you can use his example of what he tried to do while he was living. One thing about our community, we don't want to reach out. You know, we
hold up.
We shame each other when we try to
Jacob.
Try to change and try to battle with our addiction.
Hold up, Jacob. He had 15 kids, and there was trouble as far as trying to raise them. So, in other words, a lot of those kids grew up without a father. And you're saying we should put his name on the street? We should put his name on the street sign. He had drug addiction, too many kids. And wait a minute, and I say too many because he died broke.
You is an example of how we criticize our own kind.
Like
you saying all that for what?
Hold on.
You saying all that for what?
Tell me one time. Hold on. Tell me one time he got criticized. One time, just one time.
Well, bring it like stand on a negative vibe about a person that's literally struggle that million people can relate to. Like, when you gonna talk about any good about DMX? You can't tell me that brother lived all his life and he don't have nothing that he can stand on.
Okay, he did some
positive. You just gonna look at all the negative while he was living?
How is that negative if you read what Google says about him? How's that negative?
It's gonna have mostly good stuff.
Because you're supposed to be versatile with your brain. You ain't just supposed to.
I'm gonna say this again. If you look him up, Google, right there in the history, it talks about all of that.
Look at his good on Google. I swear for God, Google would speak on his good.
That's what they're gonna remember, Platt.
All right.
I seen something on 60 Minutes one time. You know, the TV show back. I think this had to been like the early 2000s. Was they? You know how he had the prayer in his songs and on the album.
Who?
DMX. He had the little prayer.
I'm not that familiar with his.
Yeah, he always do the prayer.
Yeah. The white dude was like, yeah, you know, that's when hip hop. He was saying something about DMX that, but yeah.
But if you know our community, if you have an uncle, cousin, dad, mother, aim that struggle with drug addiction, they run to the Lord and then they go back to that drug addiction. So
That's
it's
true.
not unusual having a family member or know someone
But
that
is it wrong to
that
hold DMX
struggle
accountable
with
though?
their drug
That's what we want to
addiction,
know.
struggle with their drug addiction, trying to run to the Lord. You know what I'm saying? That's why,
Yeah, you're borging out, man. You're borging out. Um, is it like you said? How about this? Should black men hold DMX accountable? Should they? Should they? His connections messing up. Should they, Tabor? Should black men hold DMX accountable?
Hold him accountable for what, bro?
The way he lived his life.
I mean, yes and no. Like
No,
the
it's
dudes.
it's one Tabor.
Yes,
It's
then, bro.
one.
Let's go. Let's
Okay.
go with
Oh
yes.
yeah. Okay. All right. Yes. All right.
Let's go with yes, then. The dude was just speaking about his prayers. His prayers did matter. He'll have the whole stadium praying. They got it online. That's a lot of people, bro. That felt that pain, but most people always just feel the pain in the music. I don't really care about the story, but it don't matter that he touched millions of people. He couldn't even touch his kids, bro. If that makes sense to y'all. You feel what I'm saying? Like there's a problem with that.
Why couldn't he touch his children?
Well, I mean, we in our community, we know we gotta fight to see our own kids, regardless if we make them or if we
Okay. Well,
try.
why would you make that many kids understanding that you don't really have many parental rights? You're not married to these women, and you won't be in those kids' lives. Why would you make kids and then talk about the sorrow of not being with them?
Because all you can do is try. That's just it.
There you go.
You
And
can
that,
have a
that is
kid
the
and
hold on, and that is the man we should hold up to. That's what we got to put him on our shoulders, brother.
yeah, I mean, some of them can. They
No, no,
ain't
I,
meant for
I,
me
I
though.
think that look, whatever they do, they should do, man. Let the black community can be whatever it wants to be. I'll tell you this though, and it ain't got shit to do with me. You gonna have trouble getting respect.
So you throwing a towel, Plat?
You gonna have trouble getting respect when you start talking about you traveling. When you start going downtown, if the image of the black community or the black man is of a fucking thug and he won't get off drugs, they're not going to want to work with you, man. They're not going to want to have you around them. And I don't understand what, oh, wait, they're racist. They're racist. They probably are. But you
No, but what
got to
about the
show
value
them that
system?
they guys, we need to laud the ones who are living their life a certain kind of way. And I don't understand why we have a problem with that.
Plat, the problem is we don't have a class system in the black community. Like what man was saying with the drugs. Now, I just say I'm an upscale guy, elite, living in a nice neighborhood. Your brother, your cousin, or your uncle, or your nephew. It ain't no way for you to get from around them. So that's gonna automatically rub on like white people. You got white trash. They despise white trash, but
Yeah.
they keep white trash far away. But with us, we rub shoulders with those people every day. Well, our
Not really.
dysfunction,
We do,
yes,
but
we
not
do.
really.
We can't
No, a lot
escape
of us
them.
don't. A lot of us don't. No, no, no. That's what I mean. Like, yeah, I got you. You're right. You know what? This BET Awards, right? Believe it or not, and I know a lot of rappers and stuff like that will be there, entertainers. But you'd be surprised at how they don't really even mess with black people like that. They'll do that. They got that little award show, and they'll put a chain on and all of that. But you can't let me try to walk across their yard and see if they don't put their dogs on me. They
Why
ain't with
you
no
think,
black.
Plat? Why you think they be in
No,
their
I'm
hood
saying
so
that they're
much?
not like what I'm saying. They're not like that.
I
That
understand
unity
that.
shit, they know unity with them.
But why you think they so infatuated with staying in their hood or going back or they ain't gonna never let their homeboys fall? Why you think they have that mentality? That's what say we don't have a class system. It ain't no way for us to escape out the low level dysfunction. You can say you want to stay away from all you want, but when you got to go to your family, and you got to go around your own people unless you're gonna be out here by yourself. You're gonna be an
Out in the
isolated
house.
island. unless you hang with some other races of people like that. You know, a lot of black people try to do that, but they never going to accept you as one of them. So that's the thing with us. You know, we don't have a class system.
Well, you're not going to
That's
have a system of class in
yeah.
housing projects in ghettos.
But that's your mama, that's your aunt, that's your uncle, that's your sister. You can't just turn your back on them. You got to deal with them to a certain degree on a regular basis.
Well, that's not classism. You don't mess with your family because
But
they're you don't. I mean, they're poor. That's
yeah,
that's a decision though. But they do practice classism in America. Some wealthy black people do practice classism.
but how many wealthy you got? What 1%? That ain't a whole lot. That's you see, most of our money come from entertainment, movies, and those are the people. And no, you got some black doctors and stuff like, especially I live in DC. You got to, but even with them, they stay in their little corner. Anybody, and they tell their kids that that's your family, but stay away from them. They not for trouble. They done wrote those
They
people
do that
off.
every day. And even in
They
that community that DMX from, they do
they
that
done
every
wrote
day.
them. They done wrote them black people off, and they just kind of ostracize them permanently.
Well, I don't know about going
But
that far, but they do
that,
tell
that
people to stay. Some parents,
yeah,
parents and grown people tell you, to
yeah.
do that. They do that every day.
If when you coming from the average family, and that's gonna be damn near 50% of your family, so
They do
you
that
can
every day.
you can do that when you
Who
got
they do
ten
that every
percent,
day.
20% of it, but when you got 50 and 60% of dysfunction, you can't escape it, no matter how you try.
Well, no, then you have to accept that. If you
Yeah,
know if Eric, if I know both of your kids, you don't raise your kids, they basically raise themselves and they
uh
into
huh,
everything they ain't supposed to be into. And I know you, and I got two kids, and I let my kids hang out, even though I'm very, very restrictive with them. I let them hang out with your kids. Um, and I don't say nothing. That's my fault. That ain't because they have to. It's just like,
yeah.
well, I know it's going to be a bad outcome ultimately, so I can't let them play with each other because he won't do what he's supposed to do.
But let's just spend like I'm your brother. You them my two nephews or two nieces, and you the uncle of my kids, like that. I'm the dysfunctional one. You the one with the good job, but our kids like each other. And it ain't no way to stop that relationship. And nothing you can do.
BS.
No,
BS.
no, there's
No,
nothing he can do. That's the thing with black people. So you're gonna be intertwined with the dysfunction, whether you like it or not. So that's just how it is, man.
Well, it don't,
For the
no,
most part,
you can prevent it.
yeah,
yeah.
And when you look at the DMX, there are a lot of people. They're not, of course, they're not going to say anything. They don't agree with that street name. It's not
yeah.
even about the hip hop part. They don't agree with the way he lived his life.
Now you can't say that because you got that they got to get kind of approval from the neighborhood when they go through city council and all that, and whoever
A lot of
sign the paperwork.
no, there are people
Most
who
people
didn't.
agreed with it. Most people love him where he from.
Okay,
DMX going his hood, walking around
I
regular,
got you.
no security, none of that. Most 95% of people love DMX in New York where he from. The
Okay,
whole New York. So yeah,
you got it, brother.
yeah,
I understand.
yeah,
You'll get no argument over here.
yeah. We just don't have no
So
class system. That's why a
were
lot of
you
black people are
surprised? Were
frustrated.
you surprised about the ceremony? Because somebody said earlier, they said the funeral went left.
Yeah, it was about to, but they shut it down because the label that paid for it, and they get up there, they start talking about money and who's stealing from him, and all y'all faking the crowd, y'all didn't know him. When they start talking stupid, that's when they start kicking people off the
Wow,
stage. Yeah, it's on YouTube. Look
wow,
it up. You can look it up on YouTube.
y'all faking the crowd.
Yeah, because people just come to see and take pictures and
Yeah,
stuff, and
a time to
yeah,
mourn and a time to celebrate his memory, and you got to deal with that.
yeah. So that's his friends. Those are the people he was around. Even though he was a multi-millionaire and ain't had nothing, that's the thing. He come from the low class. He just happened to run across someone been talented, had a good rap career, made millions of dollars, but your friend's still stuck at the bottom or whatever. So
He said Kanye West paid for his funeral.
I don't know.
So that's telling me he had nothing. He didn't have money for a funeral.
But you know, thing
That's crazy when you think about it, bro.
when you die, it take time to get your will and paperwork and all that. Your
Well, he
money
didn't
is
have
not
no.
easily accessible. That's pretty much,
He owed back taxes. He didn't have any money.
Yeah.
He died broke in debt.
But he got catalog and music. But
I don't think he
after
owns
you
the rights to
die,
that. I don't think he owns the rights to his music.
well, I don't know. But usually when you die, your music go up a little bit, and that'll generate some money. Whatever you got to give
But
it to your kids.
I
And
got you.
Not
No,
only his people got access to it.
I got you, brother. I got you, Eric. I feel you. You don't have a problem with it. And you enjoyed his entertainment. You enjoyed it.
yeah,
I feel you. No, I feel you. And he does have the street sign, so I got you. I got you. And Joey agrees. Joey don't have a problem with his acknowledgement. And if you just read what Google says, you hating. So I don't even know what to say about it because it ain't like you adding stuff to it. It says he had a drug addiction. He got it at 14 and he fought it and rehab, and then he eventually died from it. That's what Google says. It says he had 15 kids. That's what Google says. But if you say that, you hating. Nah, bro, you hating on that brother, man. Look, you nigga hating.
No, because when you start talking like that, it's like you're trying to overshadow the music and the movies and the actual everything he did with.
Who is?
I'm just saying that's what people take it, not me. When you talk about somebody who done accomplished, been to the top, and fell off.
When you say music, is it drug usage music, or is it something like stylistics that I can listen to and be inspired? We keep saying music.
His music been like he had like old school like DMX had like 90s hip hop mixed with like a little bit of pain and struggle. He never talk about like drugs or killing people and none of that. Just he
But
had
what's
like a little
inspirational about it? We not talking about Earth, Wind, and Fire or stylistics. We talking about a hit.
DMX had like realistic rap. They kind of like how they got like the pain, like the type of rod wave,
like Tupac. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like a Tupac or that early Ja Rule stuff.
But I can't put him on Tupac level because Tupac could read, so I can't put him on Tupac level.
That's true.
See,
I mean, if you listen. I mean, DMX did movies, so he had to know how to read a script, right?
That's true.
He did like what
That's
10,
true.
He had some of the.
Or was he freestyling the movie? He because he played one part. He only played one.
And the movies was kind of good. The movie, most DMX.
Yeah, they were.
Cradle to the Grave, Belly was okay.
He played the same type of dude in every movie.
That's what I'm saying. He played the same type of guy.
Yeah.
No range.
Like the hood hero with the gun, shoot him up, bang bang. But
always
he was like the hero tough guy, nothing soft. He would always get away at the end, even though he did the most shooting and killing, So
right.
All that stuff just fictional entertainment, but it's pretty much all it is.
But I'm just blowed. He got a street name before Mary J. and Jadakiss. I'm just
Mary J. got the Hollywood Walk of Fame, though, I think. But
I know, but she
he
need.
probably
I
would've
feel
got one
like
if he had
she
lasted
need that
longer.
street name too, though.
Why not?
She'll get one. She'll get one. She'll get definitely Mary J. get one.
Okay, but the whole point is that look, people who achieve, right, they're rewarded. When you look at the NFL, right, when you win the Super Bowl, right, you are rewarded with the championship. The others, it doesn't mean they're not good players. They just didn't win the championship.
Right.
The Black community, they don't want to go by that standard. They just want to put people in places. I don't know why that they don't belong in those places. I have no idea why they want to do it, but they shouldn't do that, man. You know, I don't understand what we're doing.
But you
They
know
don't.
how we
They
do
don't.
plat. You know, when you make something out of nothing, coming from nothing, you make something out of yourself. That like automatically gets you respect in black society. Like you don't take the corporate route or the
A
9 to 5
point.
or the military. Once you just come from zero, group home, foster kid, living in the street, like actually living on a park bench, sleeping, and you make millions of dollars, and you on TV, man. You like a damn superhuman, superhero or something to black people. Sometimes in certain areas, you know, that's just the way it is.
That's
It's
what we
hard to be
allow it to be.
successful as a black man. Yeah, you know,
Hmm.
you did it your way, how you want to do it. You come from sleeping on the park bench 2 years ago. Now you living in a mansion with $10 million your own way.
So
I
you
mean,
think
who wouldn't want that type of like life or success
so?
story?
Black said he died broke. So that kind of goes against what you saying. It's be sounding good. And I was telling the dude up here the other day about these the type of cats that they put on the pedestal. They don't big up the engineers that then change some things. You know, nothing about their patents. You know, nothing about how they dedicate themselves to certain procedures. Let's say in the medical field. They don't put them type of cats in front of our kids. They do this.
I
That's
mean,
true.
The
not
adults
yeah,
That's
allow
that's
it.
true.
true.
That's
They
true.
do they do it in school and museums, but other than that, yeah, you're right. On TV, no, you don't really see too much. You only see them people like that in museums and like in school, and that's it.
So this is it's hard for a kid. The same thing with the basketball players, the football players. It's hard for a kid to be motivated when all they see is hood stuff going on and the parents big up in it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
but
hard, bro.
and you know what, Tabor? Isn't that the problem though, that we think the we think life in America is just hood stuff, and that's all
Got to
we
offer.
we we respect that, and it's like, look at the way it's look at all the kids, no family, drug addiction, and exploitation because you're not taking out the time to look out for yourself. You're being exploited. So I'm saying, look at how much money they made off of him.
Damn, we
So he
know
was
they
being
made a lot.
exploited. He had a drug problem, and the women, you're having all these kids, and now they're fighting. They're fighting each other, and it's that's what I'm saying. If, in my opinion, he was a victim. He was a victim of America, and I mean within the
Black men
black
are.
community. This was a victim. Now he had a wonderful talent, but they exploited that man. The women exploited his weaknesses, and the people who sold that dope, they exploited his weaknesses, and they also knew that he wouldn't take the time out to read these contracts. He was exploited financially, and then you say, let's put a memorial up for him. Um, why are they doing that? See, that's what I'm saying. That's probably another form of exploitation. Those city council people, they don't give a damn. They don't live in those communities. They're gonna do that to get the vote. They said, "Well, we're gonna get these Negroes to vote for us."
Right. See,
But they
that's
said,
what. Right.
mhm, yeah, all
Right.
of them. It would say unanimous. It said the vote was unanimous. That's telling me. And look at it. It's a Latino go and look at it. Uh, um, they did that so they can say, if we say no, like if this was my community, no way. But these Negroes, they don't care about nothing. So yeah. Let's give him let's put a street name up. And when I'm up to vote for me again, and I'll do nothing for your community, and live on the other side of town. So it's a lot to be said, and it's probably more to it than what I'm talking about. It probably is a political move. It probably is. Instead of doing something for the community, like fixing the roads or putting air conditioners in the school or new books, let's give these Negroes a street sign for DMX. Go right ahead, Paristia. I mean, I can't get your name.
Yeah, I agree, man. It looks like a political move from afar. Now that you bring that up, just to calm down the crowd, get the votes, and just throw something at them so they can just accept it. Uh, Yeah, I mean, now you put that perspective. I'm trying to find the city council members though. I'm searching Google. That's why I was quiet.
Okay. I got to go and check my mailbox, man. So you won't hear from me, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's a done deal now. But I don't see what the big deal is. And that's X. So
Yeah, that's the problem, bro. We adults. We never see what the big deal is. They've been doing this for years. This is
I'm
why
saying,
we still
what's
get
the
slaves.
worst? What negative is going to come out of this? That's what I want to know. Like, are kids going to look at this and say, "Man, I want to be a junkie with 15 kids when I grow up," or that's going? I mean, what's going?
Well,
What's
not a junkie is just a standard. Your standard kind of low.
yeah.
Again, we got a celebrity being held in our community as a standard of life. As a man. That's really what the problem is. Just
Yeah.
this idolism of celebrity.
Yeah, bro. This is the kid. This is why the kid go choose to be a rapper instead of being an engineer. The people we need instead of things that worry about infrastructure. Black people don't control infrastructure, bro. We can't be mad about a kid not wanting to do certain things when the adults allow stuff like this to go on. The new age is watching BET. They don't know nothing about DMX. They get online. They see them being railroaded by everybody. They saying what they saying, but it's mixed reviews. This dude, this is why the dude that comes home get praise from the prison whole time. Some of y'all probably ain't never been to prison, no hard time,
No, man, I
and they
never
look
been to
at y'all
prison.
Nah,
and,
hell nah.
and they look at y'all like, oh, he's doing too much, woo, woo, woo. But they bumping somebody they don't even know, even though right in their family they got somebody for the most part who made it out of their situation, and they don't even big you up
Yeah, that's
and they'll
that's on
big
a
up the
le-
star
that's on a level. That's on a lower level of black society. But
in your life.
the whole, yeah, I'm just saying, that's
I'm listening, bro.
lower level of black society. But you got to remember, all black people not living in a lower level like that. That's the thing. You just can't
Man,
take everybody. Don't have an inner city lifestyle with a bunch of junkies in their family. I get what you're saying. I seen it. So, but it just everybody black not. Most black people going, want to stay away from the dysfunction.
yeah,
Like I
and
was
that's
saying
and the
earlier.
ones that stand away, it ain't the ones that's getting big up.
Yeah.
That's why we don't have the stand up people in our community, bro. We never have. And then you hear about them, it be like one or two. That's why everybody be talking about the black leader. Who go speak up for black folk? It's like at the same time, who's speaking up for white folk? Who's speaking up for the Mexicans, bro? Who's the Asian that we all know that speak up for Asians? You don't hear about them.
And they got a code of conduct. We don't have no code of
Yeah, we have
conduct.
a standard
Yeah,
code of
that's the
conduct, right?
thing. That's the
Yeah.
thing. Uh,
Yeah, bro. But I mean, it goes to show, man. And I rock with DMX, bro. I like his music. I listen to it to this day, and that's because I grew up in a level of struggle that my kid will never see. You know what I'm saying? But I can tell her about things. But when she get around her friends ain't gonna be talking about the stand up dudes and we know how females is. They ain't about to be talking about the things that's better in life. They gonna be with the ratchetness. Ain't nothing you can do about it because all the chicks are being ratchet. At least that's what we call it. I don't know. Did anybody hear about a Jesse Jackson sign? I mean, the dude didn't Jesse Jackson just pass? Anybody
who?
heard about him getting Jesse Jackson?
What about him?
He getting a street sign?
Oh yeah, definitely. Jesse Jackson got so many accolades.
Now I know he do. I'm talking about. Did anybody hear about a street sign? The way
Oh,
we
that's
talking about DMX.
yeah. Jesse Jackson can get way bigger than that. Jesse Jackson
Nah,
is a global black icon. He just
I
passed away
get
last
that.
month.
I
I
get
think.
that,
I mean,
fam.
things takes time. You just don't do it right away. Things don't happen that quick. You got to give people time to do things. DMX did what, 5 years? He just now getting assigned yesterday, so it takes time.
But even though I hear what you saying, the point is when Jesse passed, we didn't hear about advocating for street signs all over, and he died in our time. We
That's what
not
I'm
talking about
saying.
Martin Luther King. We ain't talking about Malcolm X. We talking about a man that died in our time, bro. That still was, regardless if you didn't like him, he did something. He did enough for everybody to know about him.
Yeah.
Politically, no rap music, no buffoonery. I mean, some things got out, but overall, nah, fam. I get what you saying though. Like things take time, but certain things don't take that much time, bro. As far as to hear about it and initiate. But if DMX get it first, then I guess DMX was better for the black community than Jesse Jackson. That's crazy, bro. It's the same thing that goes with the adults in the school system and certain things going on now that's happening. And we looking up like, how is this possible? What are y'all arguing about in them rooms? That it shouldn't even be a thing. But these are adults arguing about things that we know our kids shouldn't partake in at school. On a national scale, bro. And then it trickled down to the lower to the local. I don't know, man. I'm rocking with it, but a street sign, bro. Give it to him though. You know, give it to him. But it's crazy. He passed, and his kids talking the way they talking, his family talking the way they talking. I didn't see interviews, plenty of them. You feel what I'm saying? Before today or before yesterday or whatever, and he get a street sign, but his family poor. They don't owe his estate. I mean, they don't own his estate. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah,
Your daddy name on the
it's
street,
like he
but you
never
broke.
existed. Right. It's like he never existed. No resources to pass down.
Oh, Kanye had to help him. Like, come on, man. No insurance policies. Like, insurance policy don't cost that much, bro. Especially if you a part of a company. They got companies that just give you free insurance, a free insurance policy, just for working for the company. That should say something to cats, man. At some point, man, I can say we need to change, but I mean, we 40 now. We the unks out here. That shit ain't just. That's what our kids gotta see, man. But for the most part, though, what y'all boys overall think? Y'all think that Jesse go get one before DMX, or is there somebody else in the pipeline that's gonna probably get one before DMX out of New York? Cause I ain't from there. But if you local, you probably know about it.
He'll probably get one where he's from. I'm not familiar. I have to look up Google where Jesse from, Jackson.
Man, I would hope so, man. I don't rock with him, but I know I seen the what did you call that on him today. I wait for Flat to get back talk about that, but y'all just think about that, man. You know what I'm saying? If y'all and the things I said about the kids, I mean your kids and the cousins and stuff like that. Like, bro, it's cousins that I don't put my kids around, bro.
Yeah,
Absolutely
man.
not, bro.
Yeah,
We not doing that. We
yeah.
not gonna have all that jealousy stuff. They want to fight you. They want to steal from you. We not doing that,
You're
bro.
right.
It's
So
about.
you're right.
Go ahead.
That's what's gonna happen. If you have, whenever you're in a better situation than your cousins, I mean, it's human nature. That's the world we live in. Uh, that will be an element. Fighting, stealing. Uh, they'll mess with your mental manipulation to think you less than what you are. You know.
Have you
Yeah.
outside doing goofy stuff? I got cousins like that, bro. I don't hang around them. My kids know they kids because I can go around them and then remove myself. This your cousin. Woo, woo, woo. We ate a meal. We cracked some crawfish, crab legs, and then we go on about our business. I would actively tell my kid, listen, you don't want to be around this. You see they struggling. We pulled up to a family reunion and boys are talking about getting some money, and I'm watching your kids running around in busted up shoes and clothes taking photos. Bro, we ain't never had a family reunion. Walmart ain't too expensive, but don't be talking to me about how you got money and your kids out here looking the way they looking. Their hairs ain't cut. Nah, bro. Nah, fam. I can't say everybody should do it, but like if you talking about separation, That needs to be done within your own family. Same with, so your kid can grow up and know about other people. Well, I got cousins like him. Dad say stay away from that. But dad ain't also out here moving goofy and missing time out my life and not doing for me. But you know, kids don't really appreciate till they get older. We know that story. Most of us got it. Didn't happen. Nah, bro. Nah, I'm all for all that other stuff, but I don't even like my kid listening to most of the music my baby mom listens to. She been here singing Doja Cat. It's like, what? Who is that? Like, I know who it is, but I don't listen to it. Why you know these words? But I can't tell her nothing. That's her mama. About to argue with her mama over no music. So it's hard to combat certain things, bro. And you grew up on it.
Well,
I don't know what it is.
they've named the street. Streets out. And we'll just see, man. You know, it don't matter. It matters. It do matter. The family, I know that's going to be problems. You go out and have multiple kids by multiple women. They're going to have conflicts, man. And the money, I saw something on there where they were saying the royalties. I think they're trying to legally try to get I certainly would do that. The publishing to those songs. And then they said it had to go, still had to clear because he still has a debt. So if they do get it, they got to pay all of them tax debts.
Yeah,
And,
interest on those debts.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's painted himself in a corner, man.
No estate planning. That's crazy. Hey, Platt. I just asked him about. Have you heard about Jesse getting the street anywhere?
Who?
Jesse Jackson.
Oh, no, I haven't heard about it.
Me neither.
Oh, I think in Chicago, I think they'll honor him. I don't know what they're going to do, but you know what I mean.
I mean, based on what you go ahead,
you bring up a guy like Jesse Jackson, the black community. I mean, that is somebody who lived the type of life that you want to inform children about, right? The way Jesse Jackson lived.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was telling him that Jesse Jackson gonna get worldwide recognition. He can get bigger. He's bigger than the street sign. Jesse Jackson
But
gonna
he
have
deserves a
statues in
street.
different. Yeah, he gonna get that and more. As
Man,
much
you hope.
work he done put down in Africa, Cuba, the Middle East. So he gonna get more than a damn. So he gonna have murals and little statues of him all over the place after a while.
Maybe,
Just take a
bro.
little time. That's all.
Hey, Platt. I don't know if you. And another thing about Jesse, and I seen it earlier. You seen that interview that Trump gave on stage about Jesse, about giving him that free commercial space for his for what he was advocating for back in the day.
For running for president, Trump give him free. Yeah, give him like a little discounted rate on the offices so he get his headquarters in New York.
Trump said it was free.
Yeah.
I mean, and Jesse didn't combat it. Ain't nobody else that came out. Well, I just seen the video. I think it was last night or earlier today. But
You got to understand, Jesse was down with the Republicans and a Democrat. He wasn't like no one-sided politician. Jesse was kind of like an independent candidate, but he had to pick a side. But he was down with the Republicans and the Democrats.
I mean, I get it. You black man in politics. I know he had to play a certain type of game, just like we got to play on the daily based on where we live and where we work, communities we live in. I get it. I'm just saying overall, like this ain't a stand-up dude that we can just be like, yeah, let me tell you about the history of DMX and what he did for our people, for our kids.
Well, you can't really do it. That's what I'm saying. And when you say we're just doing this for show, isn't that still a problem? Because you say, okay, I'm just doing this. Hey, man, he was a real popular dude. We doing this as an honor to him. He was successful musically. So we doing it. Is that not the right? Because they're certainly not doing it for the adults. Is that not the right message that you want to send to the youth? because of the particular way he lived his life. You got the J, like you say, you got a Jadakiss, you got the Mary J. Blige, but I'm sure there are people within that community, construction, business owners, etc., who did not live their life and have all of those babies that they couldn't afford, and did not get addicted to drugs. They simply lived their life, lived a normal life. But
and contribute to
yeah,
the
but they will
planet.
not receive this type of respect. And I think that you can make a case that is in the black community, especially in black community. I think it's a mistake. I think it's a mistake. And also, in addition to this, is this complete um, dismissive attitude toward the way he was living his life. I mean, the man was not living his life the right way.
Yeah, fam.
But
That's the way I'm looking at it, Plat.
yeah, the
That's what I see.
community don't care, man. We don't. Why would we care, huh?
Yeah. And
Why
then you
would we
can't get
care?
mad later on when your kid know more about DMX than the Jesse Jackson. And you talking about
Yeah.
change in your community.
Mm-hmm.
That don't make sense.
Yeah, I don't know if you'll get upset. I don't know if
Well,
you get
I,
upset anybody, but no, it's just the way it is, man. And his own people caused all these problems at his ceremony, at a place where you would expect respect and all of those things. They caused all these problems at his ceremony.
yeah, they got some animosity towards him. They grew up with it. So we got the, for the most part, I can say we got the good side of DMX or the inspirational side, but they live with him. They know about him. They had to experience what they went through. The Christmases, the birthdays, the
Yep.
summers. Hell, he doing the tour. I ain't even see him all year. It's summertime. He said he was supposed to pull up. He don't pull up. That's who we bigging up? Come on, man.
I'm
Stop that.
surprised, Tabor. You surprising me today.
I don't know why. I be up here on both sides all the time. But I hear you though.
Yeah, but now
Yeah.
even it and nobody's overdoing it. Nobody's critical of them or overdoing it. Just saying they're honoring DMX. I know who the guy is, but honor him. And that's when you get in resistance when people say, no, honor him. And like we said, the political side, yeah, those city council, those people vote for him. Yeah, they look at Yonkers. Look at how many black people are there.
That's where
So
he from.
yeah, so they're like, okay, we're gonna go against him because we have to run. When we run for re-election, we want the people to vote for us.
Playing with you.
Man, they don't. Yeah, they do not care, man. And they will give you symbolic stuff like that. They'll give black people that, but they won't give them schools. They won't give them roads. They won't give them
resources.
Yep, they won't give them those things. They'll get those to the other parts. But the Negroes, they give them a symbol. They give them a T-shirt. That's all. This is nothing but a symbol.
Non-tangibles. All
And
day.
they fell for it.
And you can't be mad when next year all you hear about is prison parties and no college parties. We don't care you graduated. You didn't struggle enough. You ain't hood enough. That's crazy.
Yeah. Like, share, support, man. Like the stream, man. Like the stream, support the platform, man. This is what we have, man. This is what we have.
And I can see why personally I can see how we got to this point of where we kind of like all over the place and there's no separation and there's no big us of this stuff over this stuff. It's all entertainment. And a black man in America get rich off of entertainment. Not saying they can't do something else, but most of them are rich from entertainment. We don't hear about the real estate dudes that started from scratch, like how Joey was talking about yesterday, his dad and showing him what he showed him. We're not talking about that. We talking about the dudes that get put on the pedestal for no reason, just like the females of a certain type. Can't even be mad. That's all they got to see. That's all we got to see. And now we in charge for the most part, as older black men, or I'm gonna say black men because it's black men up here, and it's running like it's running.
It is, man. It is. And everybody, I think Joey didn't, but most of the people agreed that perhaps I don't get it. I just don't get it, man. I know he was, but I didn't know that. And the more you look, man, I'm saying all this did was bring a spotlight to him. When you go and look up his past and his history, what are you honoring? I mean, what is the point? What I mean, like, what is the honor? Okay, he lived. What did he do? Even in that community, he grew up in a boys' home, right? So I don't know if it was a part of that project or around that project. He grew up in a boys' home. He got used in the boys' homes. He got manipulated. The contracts were not good contracts. The women,
Go ahead.
maybe he had a weakness for that, you know. The drugs, a weakness for drugs.
That lifestyle.
Yeah.
That's most people. But DMX, man, he went through a lot of money though, Platt. A lot. That boy,
Mhm.
he was up. He was one of them top guys one time. Movies.
Yeah, he had a run. DMX had a run, a real run. We was talking about rapping. DMX was him, bro.
Mhm.
Rough Riders. Yeah, the movies, Belly, the other joints, with Aaliyah. He had some bangers, but I give him that grace, Platt. I give DMX and black men that been through stuff like what he been through. I do give him some type of grace, man, because
So he should have been honored.
he should been. Because
Okay.
throughout all the obstacles he been throughout his life, he put out uh, a message, especially to us black men, that we do need to do better. When I listen to Slipping and Falling, just listen to what he's saying. Like, slipping and falling, can't get out. Like, going through shit, you gotta get up out of it. You know what I
Sound like
mean?
his
Mhm.
kids went through some things they ain't get up out of though, bro.
I
Like
I
that just don't
I,
make
I
sense.
heard what the son was saying, and then he was up there saying what his mom and all that, which I understand. But come on, bro, we here to come. Y'all supposed to come together as a unit. His wife that he was married to and his ex-wife, everybody's supposed to come together. The kids, everybody, and
Yeah.
honor that man. Not no, this ain't time to be beefing and all. I hate when people do that shit. Wait
But
until the
what you
Mhm.
funeral to start talking. I seen that shit in person, Platt. That shit
Mhm.
was, it made me almost mad, bro. Like, yo, it's not
Mhm.
the time for that. Trying to
yeah, but you
expose each
can't
other.
tell a kid. You
Yeah.
can't tell a kid how to feel.
Yeah, that's
Niggas be
living.
trying to expose each other at the wrong
Yeah,
time.
yeah,
Like,
they
this
do
ain't the
that in a
time for
minute, man.
that,
They
bro.
know what they're doing. They'll hold on to that until a funeral, and then bring it up when they could have. You saw that person yesterday. They don't bring it up until then, and just dirty laundry, just putting it out there like that. And then, like I said, I didn't see the funeral. People told me that the funeral almost went left. So there's a lot of bad blood within that family and about his legacy. A lot of people are not happy.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
get what you're saying, Joe, about black men doing better. Like I listened to his songs like to this day. I just said it not too long ago. But bro, I just spoke about you, matter of fact, about like how yesterday you was talking about the housing and what your dad showed you, and
Yeah,
that's the way you're moving, bro. You don't get big ups for that in our community, bro. We don't hear about cats like you. You get what
yeah.
I'm saying? Like at all. So our kids are when they go online, they ain't hearing about kids their age doing their thing. They hearing about the King Vaughns, wide open. They talking about Vaughn was this, Vaughn was that. Then they got the other dude, the Juice World dude, and there's grown people that listen, like grown adults, 40-year-old that listen to him too, that talk about him. It's just crazy, bro. It's just crazy. That's who our
Yeah.
kids got to look up to. They ain't looking up to no stand-up people, so you can't be mad that they don't want to be stand-up people,
I think
because
y'all
that's
was
not.
up here talking about BET. Is it good? Or I forgot, Platt, what y'all was talking about up here. And I think we do need the old BET back. Teen Summit, it was different programs besides that. You know what I'm saying? Where they
Mm-hmm.
was talking about positive image, going to school. I remember going to college and going to school was the thing. Remember different worlds. Remember even house party. What was that? House party 2. Everybody was in college and having a good time, and the Ferraris, fraternities. I said for fraternities and all the like. We need to get back to that, bro.
Man, we
Like,
had a different type of understanding based on the adults. We talking about older adults that watch it play out a certain way. And even though with that, the other adults didn't keep it going. They didn't keep the positivity going. Everybody wanted to be outside in the 2000s, late 90s. And now we're here with kids that can't read. Because your mama
yeah,
couldn't read. So
yeah,
we out here with the AB kids, bro. We don't know who is who. The dude said that online before. You know what I'm saying? We don't know who's who, bro. So trying to do that, you have some positive going on. Like you said, you did boxing, right? Your pops in your life, you did boxing for the most part. You don't move like most of the dudes that you know of. You know what I'm saying? So you have some everyday inspiration in your life that people actively wanted to see you do better and be better. Despite the mistakes you made, you feel what I'm saying? You still where you at. You ain't
yeah,
talking like you just outside running ratchet and you want your daughters to run ratchet. You trying to do something. Even
yeah.
if you had to start from zero. Go ahead, my bad.
No, I was just gonna say, like, that's why I say I give most black men some grace, because we are quick to just say, like, throw this nigga to the side, like, man, this nigga, he a loser. I ain't doing all this. I try. If you still out here doing it, being a degenerate, and you still out here acting like an asshole, I'll be like, yeah, I'm done with this boy. Like, but if this man been through things and he trying to overcome his stuff, his obstacles he been through his life, I give him grace. And I felt like with DMX towards the end of his life, he tried to change. He tried to. You know what I mean? He was more reluctant, I guess, because of the simple fact that so many people was counting him out. You get what I'm saying? But that man still got a legacy that's going to live forever, like you just said. Like his music, his movies, and just they just honored this man with a street, like morals of this man. Like we can't just say that. Oh well, he was a degenerate. He was out here putting
No,
that
you
gangster rap
first of
music.
all, no.
Nah.
Well, you can actually, Joey. You know, if you wanted to,
I understand that's what
you
the.
could make a case for that.
I
But no,
understand.
when you say the man on the bus with the 6 kids, somebody took his life. You got the I don't understand. People don't understand the law. Carmelo Anthony was found guilty. You can think he's innocent, but he was that in a sense he's finna do 35. You had the young boy shot in the back. Um, you got all of these bad things, right? And yesterday at a ceremony for a rapper, which probably nobody would have, other than the people in Yonkers, would have cared about. His family members started getting loud and aired their dirty laundry, and people are like, okay, well, why is anybody honoring DMX? And people have a problem with that. It's like you honor a person for the life they live. You don't honor them just because they were born. You could do that. Your grandmama can do that. But when they live a unique life of exception, you honor people like that. This was an exceptional individual.
You we honor Malcolm X, right? But
He has some. I don't know about America, but Black History. He's there, and he has a couple. I know in Atlanta he has a. He's got streets all over. He got one in New York. He got
Malcolm
Malcolm
X,
X
yeah.
Boulevard. Yeah, it's normally the most violent.
What E was about to say up here, yeah. Every school, every avenue that stayed behind Martin Luther King or whatever, it got it got the worst depiction of black people being around. But that's not all the way true. I don't believe that is all the way true, but
Uh-huh.
and I don't think DMX Street is gonna be a bunch of niggas out there. Hopefully, I hope. Where is it at? It's in New York, right? It's probably in Yonkers.
Yeah, it's in Yonkers.
Yeah, I knew it.
They said
I
it's
mean, that's
right.
where he from.
It's right across. He has a mural on a wall,
Oh
and
yeah,
it's
yeah,
the
yeah. I've
street.
been there.
It's the street on the other side.
Okay, I know exactly where it's at. So, yeah. Oh, that's what's up, man. Look, man, I'm gonna sling past there. You know what I mean? Check it out, man. See DMX
Yeah, but
street name. What's
you
up?
say you gonna go by there and take it down?
No. Why would I
No,
take it down, Platt?
I'm kidding.
Showing love. I know. Wow. I'm gonna show
That's
love.
crazy, man. No, that's crazy. Okay. Okay. I don't know. I I don't know. And believe me, I know why. You can't. You think I wasn't born yesterday? I know why they honor him. I know they like him. They like that lifestyle. They like that. I don't know about the drug use like that, but just that wild lifestyle and his music. They like that.
But it was the other side to him besides that. You know what I'm saying? It was two sides of DMX. Like it was, the hardcore street dude, and it was the other side of him where he was saying like he going through things and how he's trying to overcome his obstacles and things like that. Like same thing with Tupac. Same exact thing. DMX was damn near like our Pac at that time. You know what I mean? Just from New York.
Well, well, hopefully they'll sit down some kind of way and work things out. Those kids, maybe they'll meet their siblings and their relatives, and they'll be able to grow up and enjoy a better life. And hopefully they'll be afraid or whatever, or they'll learn about the drugs, getting hooked on drugs or even trying that stuff can ruin your life. So there's a message that's learned from that, hopefully.
Big lesson. It's a big lesson, Platt. Like I seen, older uncles, the ones that was out there on the streets. Same thing, bunch of kids on drugs, just living a life, and it caught up with them eventually. You know what I'm saying? But I always notice too, especially with older black men, is that they be trying to fix their wrongs when they get older. Like they can tell when they on a last bit of time and they want to make things right with their kids and family members because they done so much bullshit throughout their life. They like, I'm trying to get myself together. I'm trying to make sure that at least I leave out of here on a good note. And that's what I feel like DMX was trying to do at one time. You know what I'm saying? He trying to connect with his kid and, try to bring everybody together. But, it ain't worked out. Obviously, you see they going at it on this tribute thing or whatever. I only seen one part of it, but I heard what happened. I don't like it. I don't like when people be at funerals or tributes to people and they be ready to air out dirty laundry. Like that shit, it's not becoming.
Mhm.
It's not becoming.
It's actually disrespectful to that person.
It really is.
The day you die, that's the day of your funeral. That's your day by the people who claim to be concerned about you. So that's a day for you. That ain't a day for you to come in talking about how you owed him money or how was this type of person, that type of person. No, it's a day of respect, and you're not supposed. If a dude passed away and I don't like the dude, I just want to attend his funeral. Simple as that.
That's how it's supposed to be, Platt. But man, a couple funerals I've been to, it's always an older lady. She gets on that podium and start talking crazy. I'm like, man, it's not the time for that. Yeah, he cheated on me with my sister but I still love him. I'm like, what? What are we talking about? We trying to praise him at the same time, sneak dissing, going at him and talking like he used to beat on me, but I sure did love him. Like, what? This ain't the time for that, man.
It's not, man, and unfortunately for us, um, our black behavior is a part of that. That happens. The hypocrisy in the black community is just absurd. Um, I'm not surprised that people honor uh, this guy. And somebody was talking about R. Kelly. You know, it's ridiculous and absurd. Why not put a name up? Why not put a street name up for him? I know he's in jail. I know he's what he was found guilty of. But if we are gonna overlook that type of behavior, why not put a street name up for R. Kelly? Why not?
I don't know. That's what it. I can't lie, Platt.
Yeah, if the way you behave don't matter, we only want to focus on the talent. And if a bunch of people want it to happen, why not? Why can't they put up a street name for R. Kelly?
The levels of criminality, I don't know. That's what you right. That's where the hypocrisy come in. 'Cause it's like, yeah, DMX done some stuff, but R. Kelly done really done some stuff. And if that was the case, they should have let Diddy keep the key to the city, or let Bill Cosby still have his statue in Temple. But I don't know. They took all them niggas stuff away.
Oh, you talking about Bill Cosby?
Yeah, they stripped Temple.
Yeah, yeah, him.
Temple used to have nothing but Bill Cosby.
Yeah, he got Fat Albert. I think they pulled that, and
It's crazy.
yeah, his movies and
The Cosby Show used to always play. They don't even play no more.
yeah, I think it might be on BET now.
Oh, they still play on BET? I don't even watch
I'd
it.
have to know what the way BET do their programming. You might have Cosby Show marathon for 2 months. Like literally, all you look at is the Cosby
Damn.
Show, and then they'll turn around and go Martin marathon. It'll just be Martin after Martin. They don't even be in order.
Oh yeah, then Fresh Prince.
Yeah, they don't even be in. They, you know what? I don't. Because you have to pay for that. It took them a while to get the rights to play Fresh Prince because it's just a different. That worldwide, it's a more popular show, and it's really outside the budget of BET.
Yeah.
So I mean,
BET
okay.
don't got nothing anymore. I don't even watch regular TV like that.
And if you give a damn about, Bill, I mean not Bill, DMX, I guess it don't matter, man. You know what I mean? And but it's already been done. It's already happened. It's already happened. And you talk about with the black community and all of the problems in the black community. And this is what you get, though. You get these Negroes who think that they're going to get respect from other races, lauding people like DMX. I mean, no other race is going to respect you. No other group of people going to respect. Nobody wants their daughter to marry. If that's the way you're going to live, they're not going to want their daughter. See, and the Negro, we know all black people are not like this, but the Negro always makes an excuse. They always make an excuse where it's okay for him to be a drug addict. It's okay for him to father all those kids. It's okay for him to not learn the goings of the music business. It's okay. Okay. It's okay then. I think it's a mistake, but and go back to Yonkers. I want you to go back in 20 years and see if the dropout rate has stopped, and see if the education rate has went up, or are they just people on drug, just smashing and full of drugs, and don't care. They don't care.
I mean, but that part where this Memorial at Platt, it is a rough area already. It's been a rough area.
That's all the more reason not to do it.
I mean, but that's where he was from. So
But okay,
they
so
gotta put it right there, right?
they're just honoring him because he was born in Yonkers. That's like we got a guy. He was on TV. He made a little bit of noise. Let's support him because he was in Yonkers. Okay.
Yeah, that's the street. That's where he was. That's where he was raised. That's where he hung up. He hanged at, and yeah, we gonna name the street. Like you said, it's right near his memorial. So, yeah, that's most people. Shit, Kevin Hart, he got a little spot right here. They thinking about naming the street after him. Max's Cheesesteak, they got his face right there on the side of the building. Yeah, that's just how it goes, right? Like they gonna name Avenue Platinum Elite Boulevard, uh, wherever you at there in Memphis. It's only right. When you a legend, they're gonna solidify you. That's all I know. And as much as I agree with you, Platt, with all the other obstacles and things he had on him, which I do agree with you. The kids, he ain't learned the business, he ain't do it the right way. He's still a legend. You get what I'm saying? I don't think every legend got his a squeaky background. Everybody got their stuff, but we learned that throughout all that stuff, he still succeeded. Can't take that away from him. And what you mean by we thugging, Platt? What that? What, you got that big as hell? We thugging. Can you hear? Can y'all hear me? My fault. I don't know what happened. Can y'all hear me in the chat? Can y'all hear me in the chat? I don't know what happened. Why did y'all talk about this man and this man is effing dead? So now one of his family members don't be acting surprised when they do something to you. What? Damn. Okay. I don't know about that. It ain't that deep. Oh, all right. Y'all hear me? I don't know. Platt might have stepped away. Yeah, I ain't talking crazy about DMX. But I don't even think Platt. He got his criticism, which anybody can criticize. Like, I don't really go by that narrative either. When somebody passes away, you can't talk about them. And it ain't just because you get people pushback, don't mean you talking about them in a negative way. You know what I'm saying? It's things that you don't agree with. Shit. When I pass away, people will be like, man, I ain't agree with Joey on that shit. I don't mean they talking crazy about me. That's how I
I,
take it.
I want him to talk crazy about me. Man, I
They,
couldn't stand DT. He
and
make me
people
sick every
people
time.
gonna do it. It's a word. People gonna do it, bro. People gonna talk crazy, bro.
They talking crazy when you alive. So
Exactly. Yo,
you can't
boy,
even
I
trip.
just told my girl that. Yo, I just said, babe, people, that's what they gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
They gonna talk crazy.
And you can have their best intentions in mind when you conversate with them. You ain't never played them, screwed them out no money. You know, like really was wishing on their downfall, bigging
None of
them up
that.
when you see them. And they that's just people, bro. You
That's
know,
how they
especially
are.
yeah, bro.
You got the best intentions. Even Jesus was talk crazy about. Like, what you think they gonna think about you? Like, it don't matter.
Uh-huh. No,
Everybody get talked about.
I'm not. Deuce, I'm asleep. No, I had to step outside. So
Yeah, I knew you ain't falling asleep. I was
yeah,
probably took a.
dude was cutting my shit, and I
Oh,
just dipped down there. I had to pay him, and
oh, all right.
I can't just I can't just hand them money. Okay, man, get the hell, get the fuck out my face.
No, you gotta say
So
thank.
I got to talk to him a little bit,
Yeah.
man, and I can't help. Sometimes these streams. What you want me to do? I can't explain everything. Just hey, I'll be back.
No,
So
you cool, player. I had it going. It's cool. I had it
I
going.
appreciate it, Joey.
But yeah, like people gonna talk regardless. People gonna have their opinions. I don't mean we hate the guy. Like, no, black guys' opinions. There's other
If,
people that got their opinions about
if
doing
if
that.
you do right by your kids based on what you said, Joey, what your dad taught you, that'll be what, third generation. Man, his
Yep.
cousins probably go hate him, bro. Your dad, and they ain't gonna say they mad at your daddy for moving right. It's gonna be other conversations had amongst the adults about you that helped your kid out, and they gonna
Oh,
feel that way about their
I get
cousins.
talked about now. To worry, my people feel like I spoil my kid. Well, guess what? They work hard. I tell them you do good in school, get them straight A's popping, which they do. Y'all can get whatever y'all want. I reward good behavior. Not bad, good. They good kids. They respectful, and they know what to do. You get what I'm saying? They respect their moms. They respect older people. They say thank you, yes ma'am, no ma'am. I don't raise, you know what I'm saying, dysfunctional little kids. You know what I'm saying? And I tell them, you different. We leaders. We don't follow. You see that little kid or that little young boy acting up and talking out of class and trying to be the class clown, you get away from him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We don't follow. We lead.
That's the move, bro. That's the move, bro.
And
That's
and
the people. Go ahead, my bad, Black.
no. And the community honored DMX. They gave him a street, and during that process, disagreements for Dirty Laundry was aired, and because it was DMX, you know, you had the blogs pick it up. You see the Shade Room picked it up. You saw it on Complex. BET picked it up, and it puts the focus on DMX, and it makes people say, not on no hating stuff, but is that the appropriate way you want to display people? Like if they live a certain kind of way, do you want to then just throw that out of the into just say it don't matter that they had some problems? We want to talk about they made a lot of music. We want to talk about that they put us on the map. They represented hard. Well, yeah, I think you can do that on BET award show, but I think when you start talking about streets and stuff
Everyday
like
life.
that, and schools, hey, we want to name a school. You want that person to be an exceptional person. You say George Washington Carver. Many people grew up with a school like that in their neighborhood. It was George Washington Carver. When you went and looked him up, you say, okay, this was a worthy dude. This is the name of my school. It made you proud. This is the school I attended. You were proud of that. But now you say it don't matter just because a dude got money or he's popular. He deserves to be pointed out, highlighted, focused on. And then you say, well, when you do that, you focus on the other side. Whether you're not trying to focus on the dark side, but when people take a full look, they're going to see the whole side, and then they're going to have issues with a, you know, I'm saying, you know, obviously, I mean, you can like DMX, you could be 45 and you're a big fan, you love the guy, okay. But when you say a child, say you got a child in your life and they're about 11 and they ask you about, Dad, why is the street name DMX? Who was that? Oh, he made a lot of good music when they growing up, and then eventually they're gonna probably look him up on Google, and eventually they're gonna see the other side of him. He fathered a whole bunch of kids. He had a drug addiction. He basically got manipulated and beat out of all his money. He died broke. Why are we honoring a guy like that?
And then they gonna put his music on, and he gonna be thugging in it, and
But
talking
there's a
about
lot of people.
it's crazy stuff. Go ahead.
But Tabor, there's a lot of people who make good music. Look at R. Kelly. He makes good music. He got some songs, but he's in jail. Puff Daddy got a bunch of songs. Should they honor Puff?
We gonna give them streets too.
So I'm saying, and then I don't understand where we got to a place where as you can't have a open conversation and put points forward that you want to discuss these points so that we can have understanding. We can't do that. Earlier, when I first started this stream, I was being attacked left and right. For what? I said, what you attacking me for? Because I read what Google says about him. I'm not making this stuff up. They didn't like that. They didn't like that. So we live in two worlds, man. We also live in two communities. We just live in two communities. We live in a professional working class community, and then we live in the street community. Because in the streets, it don't matter. It's who they say. The streets is, if they say he good, he good. If they say he bad, he bad. Don't matter. Charleston White said that they pick and choose. They don't have a. It's who they say is good when they say he's good.
Yeah, we
And
don't
we
have
see
a
how
lot of
you see how
mess.
Charleston White flip flop too. You see how he goes either way, right?
Yeah, and it works. Like he
He
said, he getting money now.
he
He
been
wasn't
that
getting
way.
money before. My bad. Go ahead.
Nah, he been doing that, and he a little weasel. So I expect him to act the way he acting, but
He a weasel.
yeah, he is. He a little weasel. Like, take him serious, but no, I get what you're saying, Platt. Like, you see how I was just highlighting the good, you highlighting the other stuff. People gonna come up with their own uh the way they perceive this man, whatever way they going to perceive him. Me personally, I definitely agree with you were saying. I seen the good and the bad out of DMX, but I still respect his legacy. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I think why they named the street behind him, because he did. He had a good legacy. We talking about music wise, all that other stuff that's attached to it, but
Let me ask you this,
entertainment
Joy.
part. What's up?
And this ain't to change your mind, right? But overall, let's say DMX do get that. So in his area, the teachers talk about him, right?
Yeah.
What are they gonna show the kids within his legacy that would inspire them? What part? Just ask him.
Oh, they can bring up certain songs. I gotta go down his because he had a couple songs where he talk about, you know, doing better in life, trying to move forward as a man. Like he didn't always just. I know that was the main thing everybody think about is the Rough Riders, the dogs, the bikes, and all that. He was out there thugging and the hoes and all that. But it was more to DMX than that. You know what I'm saying? It was a lot more.
Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
don't think kids would see it like that, man. And that right there, at
I
some
agree.
point, us as black men, right? Because I gotta say it like that, because I'm black first before anything. And that's what my laws say in my country. I'm black first. Um, just trying to portray that, like, it just ain't good. We just big up the wrong people, bro. We just big up the wrong people.
And you know what, Tabor? The good thing about it is people are willing, grown men are willing to say that. I didn't say take the damn sign. I didn't put the sign up. But somebody got to say, no, that's, man, come on, we tripping.
Yeah.
Somebody got to say that, man. But you can't really do that. Like he said in Yonkers, the guy in the chat told me, you better not say that shit in Yonkers. And I said, you see that? You see what I mean?
Yeah, they
You see what I
shouldn't
mean?
try to attack nobody for being objective, and they don't agree with the sign being up. I mean, that's we gotta stop that too, Platt. Like, we ain't always gotta agree on everything, but we ain't always gotta sit there ready to put hands and feet on each other just because we don't agree if something need to be up. Like, me
I,
personally,
You know what kind of
I,
behavior that's jail behavior.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
no, no, that's jail. If you in jail, that's how they handle. There ain't no rational discussion. Hey, well, do you have your facts? Let me please hold up. Let me check your facts. No, they fight. And if they win, then they're right.
yeah, and that's the way it's gonna be. But I can't say that's not the way we should be. But it's like black people don't understand until you do something. It goes to those measures. You know, you being logical, you trying to be logical. We talking about our babies. We talking about, at least the millennials are talking about their babies now, because we the unks now. And we got two ways to play this, bro. You know, we can give you game and be logical and rational about it, or we can just let the people that's degenerates take over and just be like, yeah, nah, this how we doing it. Despite the fact you know it's wrong. You know it's wrong. It ain't no other way to go with it, bro. It's wrong, bro.
He said DMX was a preacher.
He was low key.
It's a,
He always talked
see,
about God, and he always
the way he used to preach.
Do you
He
know
used to
how it
pray.
works? But you know how it works, though, Joy. You know, when you do that, you know how it's supposed to work. When you talk like you, okay, first of all, it's dangerous to know the word of God. That's dangerous because you can't go backwards because you know. If you don't know, you can be forgiven. You just didn't know. But when people know the word, the way it's supposed to work, he's supposed to punish you like this. He lost his life. It's like you walk around talking in scriptures all the time, but you don't practice that stuff. You'll be judged by God doing that's a very dangerous thing to do. That's why just leave it out. Don't talk about it. Don't speak in scriptures. But
Yeah,
you said
bro,
he was a
that's
preacher.
true.
The guy thinks he's a preacher, and look, he died. He died at 50 with and broken with basically problems. That if he would have listened to the scriptures, he may have not. His life may have been different. Maybe his path would have been a completely different path if he would have just listened to the scriptures.
At least after he got up, like when he really got up at the beginning, that would make sense. But I would think that his music wouldn't be the same.
Sometimes you got to let stuff go, man. Your life has changed, man. You got to let the streets go. You got to let the hoes go. You got to change, man. And when you don't change, a lot of times it don't work out in your favor. So your evolution, it's coming, man. Sometimes you don't know when it's gonna come. You get like pushed in the pool. You get thrown in the pools of life. You better change, or you're gonna drown. And what we don't, and that's the thing about the black community, we don't want to change. We don't want to grow up. We don't want to do it. Okay, live your life. You look at a guy like Donald Trump, 85, president, a billionaire, right? 85, right? Still going, still going, still going. He don't do well. We don't know that he uses drugs. People say that, I don't know, but what I'm saying is, you want to keep living, and whatever happened with DMX, he stopped living, and that's not good. Plus, he was behind. He had no money. That's not good, man.
You know
That's
who
not
else
good.
going out liking Platt right now?
Who?
That's looking just like DMX. And it's sad because I just see everybody sniggling and giggling, thinking that it's cool that he acting this way. Adrian Broner, like acting, looking just like DMX.
Mm-hmm. Both of those dudes, those are fools. But see, I'm a grown man. I'm saying if you 13, 14, you probably do say, hey man, those dudes, they're always around beautiful women. They're always having fun. That dude, Adrian, he always drinking. The other dude, I don't know if he drink at all, but they're entertaining. I can see that, but it's dangerous to look at that stuff and not realize there's a dark side to that. And you look at the Adrian guy; he's already behind his child support, the 8 women. When you just look, ain't nothing wrong with Smash. You know, this is a slaw. This is the slaw channel, right? Ain't nothing wrong. We actually encourage you to. We say that men should smash, but this is the thing. Any man would tell another man. Any man would say, "Man, I be careful having all these kids by all these women because it could be a headache, and the system is sort of against you. So you really need to be careful." I get it. You want to smash. Get that. You want to smash it, smash it, smash. But then when you turn 35, man, you ain't got no money. And that shit ain't cool. You at 30, you always broke. So I
And
mean,
you ain't got no time. My bad.
there you go. No, you're right, the boy. You ain't got no time. Not the boy. What about when you out because you working and you do the FaceTime and the little kid break your heart because you know you got to work, but they don't understand that. They want to know why you ain't here.
And you catching up. Most of your life you about to play catch up now.
Yeah. And now, if you're willing to go through that and accept the outcome, that's what we're talking about. But don't do it and you don't want to accept that. You don't do it and say, man, you what happened? Man, my son called me, man. It broke my heart. Or and you say, well, okay, man, you know, he don't understand. I can't always be there, but he's just too young to understand it. Well, then you say, hey man, why are you having all these kids and you know you ain't gonna be around? And then of course the notion is don't give a fuck. Well, is that good?
Nope.
Because that's what I'm saying. That's because a lot of men, that's what they had to do, right? They had to say fuck it. Because they don't want to go crazy. So you say, I don't want to live like that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of guys live like that, but a lot. Just stop caring. Ain't got a career, ain't got all these babies and child support and all that. And yeah, they just stop caring. It's like, damn, bro.
And when you just around off and on throughout a kid's life, just off and on. Even, let's go with the system is against men, so it paints men in a corner where they can only do so much what they're allowed to do. Let's go with that. When you're in a kid's life off and on, whether you like it or not, you basically a stranger.
Yep.
Yep. You don't share the same relationship with the guy who grew up. When with that kid coming home or around that kid, 90% of the time, that's not going to be the same as they grow up with the guy who was, he wasn't late on no child support. He just, and his old lady, why couldn't you be around more? Man, she wouldn't let me. Man, every time I would try, she would lie to me. She turned the kid against me. Well, then you're going to grow up like a stranger. Outside of that child's life. And that's what I'm saying. That's what comes with, you see that with DMX. A lot of them kids resented him. A lot of them kids resent him. So just making them with randoms, that ain't a smart move, man. So you say, that's something you can learn from that. You can learn it from DMX. You can learn from, hey, man, you better watch them drugs, bro. They'll eat your ass up. They undefeated. And like we said with Ray J, like we stand with Ray J, being stupid. Like you sit up here and have sex with a woman on video and you ain't even talking about no money. All you talking about is you want to smash. So they pay you in pussy because you stupid. And you sign these record contracts and they pay you in drugs. Come on, man.
What?
No,
I'm saying Ray J got paid with coochie and drugs.
No, Ray J? Not drugs, but Kim K and her mother paid him with pussy.
He got a check out of that, Platt.
Not what he deserved.
He got a check though.
Oh, come on. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, Platt, he got something.
He made way more money off that tape than he did. He was the star.
Platt, you know the women make way more. You know it was just that Ray J name was attached to it, but
Yeah, you know what? And one thing we got to do as men, we got to get serious, man, and call things out. They paid Ray J in pussy.
You keep saying that, yo.
Nah, and that's why he broke now. Well, he ain't broke.
Nah, he ain't broke.
That's why he's going through catching hell right now.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like black men, we get to a certain point in life where I don't know, you're stuck in that, like I always say, arrested development. We ain't trying, and I thought Ray J was getting up out of that. He got married, had his kids, he had a good business, the Scooty bikes and the Raycon, the earphones. I'm like, this is what I like to see. This is what I want to see. But then he revert right to the bullshit, like sleeping with Suki Hana and beefing with his baby mom, ready to pull the blicky out on her family and the house. I'm like, come on, man, what are we doing? What are we doing, right? And it's just somebody need to get near these guys and really sit them down and really get their mental health. And this month is Men's Mental Health Month, too, if I'm not mistaken.
So yeah, we need to take that serious, especially black men.
Mm-hmm.
We need to take our mental health serious because it don't matter how much for JJ, drugs, liquor, all that stuff. Your problems ain't going nowhere. Your problems gonna be there.
Actually, become more problems.
Way more problems, Platt.
And the system is set up to burden you with problems. See, like I said, you look at Donald Trump, you look at Elon Musk, right? I don't even know his age. How about Joe Biden? You look at Joe Biden, he's in his 80s. The system is set up where they're worry free. They don't worry about nothing. They have no worries. You look at a Bill Clinton, no worries. Retired, former president, no worries. The Negro, and that's what I'm saying. When you look at DMX, you can see the burdens, all of those women, all of those kids, all of those financial woes, pressure. So he's saying, I'm trying to be sober, but pressure. I'm trying to be sober. What's in it for me? Where's my joy? Pressure. And you're gonna go back to that crack pipe, man. It's gonna call you. I know that, the New Jack City or whatever with the crib. No, I'm saying the drugs, whatever they are, the drugs gonna say, well, hey man, I'm your friend. I'm your woman. What about me? And that's how people that's an addiction, man. That's how people get hooked. And that's how, even though the doctor tell them to stop, even though you go through rehab, you still go back to the drugs, man. You got problems, man. And that's what I'm saying. You got to get that shit solved, man. If I was DMX, I'd have took my money. First of all, if I was DMX, I would have pulled a Pooh Shiesty. I would have tied up, switched. Whoever had my contract, I would have tied them up. Because we got to let me out this contract, man. Because I ain't making nothing. I would have said, let me out my contract.
So you would have pulled a finesse 2 times. What are you doing right now? Well, he ain't doing nothing but trying to get about his contract.
I did what I had to do to get out my contract, because you got to get your money right. Once you get your money right, you can set up payments with the tax man, and your back child support. And I would have did what I had to do to get off the drugs, so I can then spend time. Okay, out of 15 kids, 6 of them don't like you at all. You tried to have a relationship, they don't want one, or they mad or something. They can't get over. Okay, I would try to build with the younger ones, and then you got to, he got to realize what does he want to do with his life? What is your life? Why are you living? Why are you living? Just to get drunk? Just to get high? Why are you living? Just to sleep with women? There's more to life than that. So you got to go and figure out, what do you want? And unfortunately, he didn't do that. Well, hey man, if all you got is 6 out of 15, you got to take what you got, brother.
That's crazy.
And see, I'm not saying you guys, but, and I understand that limitations and stuff, but I'm saying the men I have met in my life, they all told me they changed up when they had their first kid. They told me they were absolute idiots, just clowning. Then that first kid, and they said, man, I knew I had to change, man, because I didn't want my kid to be fucked up. So they left the drugs alone. They left that shit alone. They didn't say it wasn't good. They didn't say it wasn't fun. They said, no, man, I don't want to. And see, you see so many people. I know a young lady right now. She just divorced her husband because he wouldn't stop drinking. She just divorced him. They got 3 kids. And she warned him and warned him and warned him. He just wouldn't stop drinking. So she divorced him.
She ain't helping go to like an NA or Drinker Anonymous.
He's in that now. He's going to the meetings now. She said that she gave him chance and she said that she cannot live with a person who is weak enough to let drugs be the most important thing in their life.
It's understandable. It's understandable.
Yeah, so so I mean, he done called the she was telling a group of people, right, in that he's called the suicide hotline like 4 times. And she said, I don't know what he's gonna do. But no, one thing I'll say, I was like, damn, look how she just walked away from that man. Yeah, that's what people turn their back on you, man.
But she probably been dealing with it for a minute though, Platt.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It takes a lot of times. As much as guys be thinking that these chicks just walk away, nah, sometimes they be thugging it through with guys. Especially if they really love them. They come to a point where they just like, I'm done. You know what I'm saying? And
And
she's
what
good.
no, what I would show to kids or young people, I would show him now, and I would invite him to come and speak to kids because I would tell him, why don't you tell them the danger of, of abusing drugs, right? The danger. And he said, I lost my family, my whole fucking family. I lost them. I'm a grown ass man. My mom and pops, that ain't my family. I want my woman and my children. I don't want my mom. I don't want to be a kid again. So that ain't the same thing. That's A. B. Um, he's walking around single man. He don't want to be single. And C, he still had to, at the end of the day, you gotta get up to the okay. If I'm married and my wife is wanting me and I still do it, when she kicked me out, I still gotta get off the dope. So what's the difference? I might as well get it off while I'm with them. But see, we think it's okay until the truth shows up. Then we be looking stupid, man. We be looking awful. And this dude talking about deleting himself. Now, see, that's what I'm saying. Now, if you're gonna go, man, let me tell you something. If you're in a relationship and if that woman, y'all break up, you're gonna be don't go ahead and change up then, brother. Maybe you ain't no player. Maybe the game ain't meant for you. Because if it's that much to you, maybe she right. How about that? If you shouldn't do that, but I'm saying if it mean that much to you to be in that relationship, you might just want to say fuck it. But then again, who cares about getting drunk or who cares about getting high? You got kids to raise. And I'm bored. I don't want to just have to teach them. I don't want to sit there and watch those kids' movies and go over their mathematics and go over English with them. I'm boring, man. And it is. Well, maybe you shouldn't have them. And if the person that you have them with, if they don't play around, you won't be around them. That's the problem. You better run. Yeah, you ain't gonna be around them. They're gonna catch on, man. Because so I'm saying that you would say that to them so that they will know, hey, you can do what you want to do with your life, but if you decide to go down the wrong path, you can be punished. We never talk about that. We see that under hip hop music. We only talk about having a whole lot. We don't ever talk about the downside of it.
No, I agree with you, Platt. We gotta hold ourselves as black men. We gotta hold ourselves to a standard. Now, I didn't heard guys around the space be talking about, well, when the mom on drugs and she's this and that, she gets a song, "Dear Mama," and I still love you, even though you was a crack fiend. Well, guess what, good brother? It's not the same, man. We're not. I'm sorry. As much as y'all want to keep comparing yourself to what these women, what they get away with, we gotta hold ourselves to a different standard as a men, especially black men. And I know they don't want to hear that. Oh, Joey, you down with the sisterhood? But no, I just want better for us as black men. We gotta focus on us. Everything you just said, Platt, I agree. It takes for
Mhm.
niggas to lose everything, and then it's going to start hitting them like a whirlwind. Like, damn, losing my family, my
Mhm.
girl, possibly my career, my job. Yeah, nigga, it gets serious. You gotta,
Yeah.
you gotta get through this stuff, bro. Like, get. Get your priorities together. You on drugs? Go to NA meetings, seek some therapy. Let's get it together, bro. I know. I give. That's why I say I give DMX some type of grace. Some type of grace. You know what I'm saying?
Oh well, I got you, man.
Not. I understand.
Since
Platt,
we
where y'all coming
criticizing
from?
him, I got you. We criticizing DMX.
No,
You-
like I said, when you
Hey,
you're
Joy,
allowed to criticize them.
Joy.
What's up, man?
When I was 24, I met a dude. He probably was 33.
Yeah,
He worked for the United States Post Office.
yeah,
He had a wife and 2 kids. He had, a nice $200,000 home. Brand new car.
yeah,
He messed around hanging out with his not his friends, but his cousins
yeah.
who were single. He messed around with them and boom, got hooked on drugs. Got hooked on. He was a married man, but they were all single. He was hanging out, just going out and hanging out. You all get a hotel room and you drinking, and then somebody got, he got hooked on drugs. Right? He got hooked on cocaine.
Okay.
Okay, so that lasted for a while. He was able to hide it. But what happened is he tested, and they gave him a chance. They gave him like a first time chance because it was a federal job. They gave him one chance.
Yeah, that help you out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he tested, and he went through, and she didn't know about that. And he was clean for a minute, and then boom, he went back, and boom, they got him again. This time you get fired. He goes home to his wife. He's fired. They, they think about what we can do in the future. We can work it out. After about 3-4 days, he said, "Man, that motherfucker left my ass." She took the kids and left.
Damn.
And he said, "I lost the house. I lost the cars." He said, "I lost everything." And he said that woke him up to life. That woke him up. He said that shit was a lesson for me, man.
Oh yeah.
And and he was talking about how he had to, grow up and become a man, and how fucked up it was, and he recovered. He recovered. He found a new wife and all of
That's
that
what's
stuff.
up. That's what's up.
Yeah, he recovered. But he was explaining to me the hell that you go through, and that's what I mean when you look at a guy like DMX. He ignored so many warning signs, and I'm talking about maybe because you're a hip hop dude. The black people don't want to say that. A lot of that, man, he shouldn't have got off that dope. By you staying on that dope, they're able to do. If you always on drugs, women are going to manipulate the shit out of you. You'll spend money you don't have.
But you know what it is too, Platt, especially in like hip hop, quote unquote, the urban areas. We upside down. We rewarded the bullshit with DMX. Used to go up on the Breakfast Club. You can see that he was probably on a high and he was fidgety and saying anything and going at people, and we reward that instead of here saying like, "Hold on, brother, what's going on? You all right?" Like, you know what I'm saying? Why are you coming off like this? Why are you attacking people? Why are you talking crazy? We gassed the situation up. Same thing with Ray J. Nigga got a lump on his head. Why are he up here talking crazy, acting like these people? It was supposed to have been a setup, and like I just don't like it, man. We need to start calling this shit out right from the rip, sitting these guys down, getting them therapy, get them rehab or whatever, and take care of them from the rip. We can't wait until later on down the line. We're like, man, that nigga, man, you sure was getting high though. Like, nah, help this nigga, man. We need to help each other. As black men, we need to help each other. It's easy for us to turn around and punch on each other, but to really sit up here and peep the signs and really could tell, like, yo, this boy, he going through something, man. Let's get him some help. Like I had a homie like that. I was the only person out of everybody else. Everybody else making fun of him, clowning him, and you know he come around. I'm like, no, he need help, bro. He needs help. But when it comes to the black man, just throw him out there. He's entertaining. Let him say or act whatever way, and we gonna get paid off of this nigga. That's how I look at it. Even with this Carmelo, this situation, everybody jumping on this bandwagon with him, and they trying to get paid off of the little young boy. He got to spend the rest of his life in jail. And y'all making a mockery behind what's going on. This ain't funny. This ain't jokes. Watermelon, all this and that. And I'm like, yo, this is clownery. But nobody takes us serious, Black. Nobody's never gonna take us serious until we take ourselves serious. That's all I say.
And we ain't gonna do it, man, because the this is what we do, man. And like I said, I get it because I understand America, and I understand frustration. And a lot of times black people are like, fuck you. We like who we like. We like DMX.
Yep.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, but I'm saying, is that a good message though? That's what I'm saying.
I agree.
In the end, is that because what are you proving? And then, like you say, you got Mary, you got Jada, you got so many black men of excellence that you can laud. So, but I don't make no rule. Nobody cares what I think, man.
Nah, we just got our opinions. That's all. Like, we put it out there. People take it. You know, they're going to feel some type of way at the end of the day. Shit, all we got is our balls and our word. We ain't going to break it. Shit.
I remember I was downtown, man. I was downtown 90, no, I wouldn't say 90, 70% non-black or white community.
Yeah.
And I just had something to do out in that area. And you remember when Jeezy had made that song, My President is Black?
Yep, my Lambo's blue.
Yep.
My president too.
There was a t-shirt during that time. Maybe they pressed up a bunch of them, made a run.
Yep.
I had that My President is Black t-shirt on.
What, Barack Obama face with the Lambo right next to it?
Yeah, but it was like in hard, bold, white letters. It was on black. It was hard, clear, easy to see My President is Black.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm walking around, man, and I started getting looks for people. And I went, I was like, I was getting so many dirty looks from people. And now I get it. I could have said, F you, because they can't make me take my shirt off. But that ain't me. In a sense, I just want to go and do what I got to do. If I'm going to Home Depot, I'm trying to go get something from home. I'm not trying to send no message. Yeah. But at the time I had the shirt and I just wore, I wasn't thinking about it. But when I got back, man, I said, man, you know what? This shirt ain't worth the trouble. It's just not worth the trouble. And I have other things going on in my life. I don't have time for extra issues. And I said, I ain't trying to offend nobody. I just bought it. Believe it or not, I'm just a shirt. But motherfuckers was offended by that shirt, man. They looked at it like I was trying to get in their face and say, look up at them. Hey, F you. My president black, motherfucker. Hey, my president black. And now,
I get what you're saying, but you ain't want that unwanted attention because some people probably looked at you. It was probably, proud and happy that you had that shirt on. The other people was like, why this nigga got on this? They probably looked at it like it was ghetto. He got a Barack Obama. You got the Lambo right next to him, and they got the words, my president is black, and got the quote on there. I mean, I understand. Not everybody want that type of attention. It was somebody walking around my city with a MAGA shirt on and all that. But they wanted that attention with the hat, the shirt, and Donald Trump sneakers and all that.
Yeah, but see, my thing on that, right? They want, like you said, they
wanted that. Yeah, they wanted that attention.
I don't want
it. You was chilling.
Yeah. It's like you trying to say your car, you got a particular issue with your car that you need to go to a certain side of town that you rarely ever in. You're just trying to get your car fixed. You know what I mean?
Yup.
Yeah. So
You ain't with the extra shit. You just trying to chill.
no.
But
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, I
And
hear you.
I didn't know it. I didn't think about it, but people were being offended by that.
Yeah, yeah. That's how people are. How?
Jeezy, when he made that song, he had to change a lot of shit.
Yeah, he tried to change the whole street and snowman and selling drugs, but that recession, that was one of his best albums ever, yo. that
Yeah.
was that was an amazing album.
No, he had to change that song. He had to do a lot to that song.
They still played it though,
He had
especially
he,
when a
he had
Barack.
to. I know they played it. They saw it on. Yeah. Well, he had. I think. Now yes, I do not remember, but I remember the actual song came out a certain kind of way, and then the one that was on the video, you could see where he changed it, and it was to me that was because he had to.
Yeah, he had to cut the street stuff out and make it more suitable. You know what I'm saying? So it could be played. Didn't they play that? They played it when Barack Obama came out one time, I think.
No. Yeah,
I think it was played. I gotta look it up.
Well,
I
what on
swear I
BET
seen it.
or something? No, I ain't never seen him play it.
I swear, or they played. They ain't play him rapping, but they played the music in the background. Da, 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 da. And Barack came out, and I was like, "Oh shit!" He came out the Jeezy shit. That was a beautiful time, man. That was a good time seeing my grandma. She lived long enough to see a black president, man.
Mm.
That was a beautiful time back in the day. But hopefully we gonna live long enough to see a female president. Oh yes, we will be having a female president sooner or later.
Oh,
And I will be voting for her. I don't give a goddamn what y'all say.
well, we'll see.
And I hope she wins. Kamala, she was almost there, but
Well, she's running again, right?
and as she should. Hey, keep going, babe. She's showing that determined. I
I
like that. That
disagree with that.
resilience.
I don't like that. I won't be voting for Kamala. I got no problem with her though. No. I won't be voting for her though.
Like that, I ain't go for that.
Yeah, no, she's just
I
not.
ain't go for that either. Like,
She,
I'm
look,
cool.
the
Yeah,
Democrats are
I
going
ain't
to have
going
to
there.
run better people, and there's a lot of things that the Democrats got to do.
A lot. This they time to really work on it. You got 2 more years. Y'all got to crack down.
And they're right. All of this FBA and ADOS, they're right. Every other group has like, we'll vote for you, do this for us, but they've taken blacks for granted and say, well, everything's fair and equal with them. And we just talk about this DMX. If you go into that Yonkers community, it's all types of problems in that community, generational problems that they can put money to fix, things they can do. And the black community is ignored. And you say all these business and stuff, they don't help black people with their business.
Shit, but we can help each other though. Black, we don't even need nobody. Black community got a lot of resources. We just choose to spin it out instead of keeping it in. But we gonna learn. We gonna learn. Shit, I know in my area they learn.
We hate each other too much, man. You see that? Like I said, when we did the review with MTR and CGA, it's just too much resentment within black people.
For no reason. They should be going at it.
This brother, he was a police officer. He was a retired Marine. He did like 20 years, retired from the Marine Corps, was on the police department for about 5 years when I met him. And that man told me to my face, I think I was going to some type of rally downtown. It was something about a rally, a peace rally. And that man told me to my face, he said, let me tell you something. He said, black people don't give a damn about each other. They don't give a damn about each other. He said, I have to go into these homes, I have to go into these communities and see what they do to each other. He's I'm a he's a police officer. He said, I see exactly what they do. And he was mad too, man. He was mad. He was like, black people, they just be they'll do this rally shit and peace shit, but he said they don't want no peace. They don't want peace. He said they want all the shit that you see. That's what they want. They just to say that shit. And he wasn't. That's why he. Because I think I asked him, was he going? He said, no, I ain't going to that shit. I see what they do to each other. I see how they cut each other open. I see how they beat each other. I see how they shoot they baby moms. I see how the baby moms shoot him. I see how the rage that they go into. He said, we go in there and we clean it up. And so he said he went with that piece. They ain't talking about nothing. I mean, then you look at a guy like DMX and you say, you don't think that you think in your 40s you shouldn't ease up on the drugs?
Ain't got nobody around him, but ain't probably.
But whose fault is that?
I mean, it should have been that one family, that one friend that really pulled him to the side and talked to him. Or even, I know he was probably hard.
He was always around people. Why not one of his people from his entourage?
Them people, everybody, because they probably no different than him. They probably getting high with him or enabling the dumb that's making him do all that. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you're surrounded with people that leeches off you. You know what I'm saying? He's a check to most people. They ain't gonna really help you. That's what I noticed too. A lot of these dudes that we have in their little entourage and people going around doing dumb shit, they don't be up there pulling them to the side and telling them like, yo, bro, you need to get yourself together. Nah, don't do that. A lot of these guys don't have that guy. They got all these yes men around them. Yeah, go ahead, do that, DMX. Yeah, get high. Same thing with Ray J and the rest of them dudes. Adrian Broner. All them dudes. Bunch of yes men around. Most of them people fear saying something to them because that's their money. They like, that's like talking crazy to my boss. I can't go against my boss because he gonna cut me off. That's my money up.
Yeah.
It's that true friendship.
A reality, man, that we have to deal with, man. And he was honored, and they got the BET Awards at the end of this month. I think you can go find out on their BET.com.
I thought they canceled the BET Awards. They still keep it going.
They got the main award show.
Oh, all right. The hip hop they got rid of that.
This year they got that this year. The hip hop they canceled that, but it's gonna be interesting. Like I said, Malcolm Jamal Warner. Let me say this: in no kind of way that I'm suggesting Malcolm Jamal Warner, Theo from the Cosby Show, is some type of outstanding thespian, great performer. I'm not suggesting that at all.
He was a good dude, though.
I never said he was a bad guy. If you're going to honor somebody, to me, that's somebody you honor.
Yeah.
And I think we don't want to deal with that message, man. Yeah, you honor a guy like him. He lost his life. What did he do? He wasn't on drugs.
Took care of his family.
He lived his life as best he could.
Push education.
So the children that are not born now, who are coming behind us, right? They get to be introduced to a Malcolm Jamal Warner type guy. They get to be introduced to a man like that. And what you talk about a DMX, they're going to see that what he was doing. But and this ain't even about standards. This is about him representing the streets in a way that, niggas respect. This is damn near just like the whole Big Meech campaign.
I ain't respect that. I ain't. The whole Big Meech thing, I wasn't on that board. Praising that man just because
Yep.
sold a bunch of drugs and I that's why I ain't never watched none of them shows, the BMF and Power or none of that. The Wire was the last one, but it was more to The Wire than just selling drugs and all that. But I'm over that. I'm over the whole degenerate shit. Me personally, I had to grow up, and the stuff that we thought that was uh, what you could say exciting and the hood culture, selling drugs and women, all man. Everybody I know that lived in that lifestyle, they either dead or in jail. I'm cool.
But
Yeah,
a guy like Malcolm Jamal Warner,
he was a good dude.
they not gonna honor him, and they honor these types of dude, and so there's really nothing to say, man. The community is what it is. Yeah, the glorification of the hood, and it comes back to haunt you. It does, man. It comes back to haunt you. And one thing about, look, rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. One thing he said is that whole time he mentioned about that like that stuff because he was against that.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, how it makes you come across.
it's people in the hood that go against the whole hood culture, like
Most of them do.
that whole thing. Like shout out the Wallow. He did a bid. He came home telling guys like, "Yo, that's not it. You gotta do better." Much as people in the hood was making fun of him because he was doing skits showing like, ain't no reset button when you out here. You get killed. That's it. You're done.
Unless you got a weapon, you got to protect yourself. But yeah, all it takes is half a second.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it. Get past that point. But hey, Platt, I hit your cash app. Hey, yo, everybody donate, show Platt love, man. Platt been cooking for the last couple of days, man. Let's show Platt some love, man. Hit his cash app. Sock it to his pocket.
They
man.
sent me a thing, Joey.
What's up?
And I can't speak about the future. And I know we got 30 people looking at. They sent me a thing. You went over 750,000 views.
Oh man, that's what's up.
In I think 7 days or some shit like that.
Oh man.
And like I've been saying, you don't want me to start. I'm not going to do it because you don't want me to start talking about Trump. There'll be I probably have 1 million views in one day on the stream because I'm not doing it because I don't want to do it. But if I was trying to get that, but this stuff right here, I know it's not going to get the same because they ain't the same interest. This stream like this won't get that type of interest, Joey. But this is a necessary stream. Even if I get bashed, for us to try to take a second look at the way we live in our lives.
I feel you, and I understand. You're going to have to remix it up, and yeah, like.
Hold up, we got a guy. What's up with you, Mike?
Hey, what's up, Platt? Coming in late, truck driver. Good stream. Hey, I just want to put my 2 cents in. You and Joey are completely right, bro, because I think we might be around that same age. I'm in my late 30s, but yeah, all that, excuse my language, but all that glorification, all that glorification of being a nigga and being hood, like that crap pretty much left my mentality once I became a senior in high school. And I was like, everybody's trying to graduate so they can move on with their lives. And like, yeah, that whole being hood is like the world is a lot bigger than that, especially if you travel, than being hood. That's kind of like a closed-minded mentality. But, for some of these people, that's all they got. And thankfully, I had my mother and father actually had their shit together, so I didn't have to live in poverty. But yeah, like for as far as black people, like once you get to a certain age, at some point you got to mature because even You look at the old rappers like, let's say, Ice-T, Snoop Dogg, and them. I think they in their 50s, and they not even glorifying the hood like that, because once you get to a certain age, you look ridiculous. You know, like once, like my old man told me, it's like, hey, at some point you gotta dress mature for your age, because pretty soon, if you keep on doing that, you're gonna be stuck in a time lapse where even the kids that's young enough to be your kids or grandkids looking at like, man, who is this guy? Why you dressed up like that?
Mhm.
Like, you know, you kind of look
Well,
ridiculous after they even acting like that. You know?
well, the thing with in the black community, when you don't want to mature into adulthood, you can get away. See, the thing about this is the problem with the black man, and you can say the black woman, or however you want to say it. The problem with
Hmm.
the black man is the ghetto,
Yeah.
because like was discussed, you can get away with stuff in the ghetto
Hmm.
because it's the ghetto. Like you say, DMX is lauded. DMX is celebrated in the ghetto. The
Hmm.
problem is, as you live your life, you start to see conflicts because you haven't elevated to the next level. You
Yeah.
haven't made a distinction between you and your son. Basically, you still dress like him. You dress like
Hmm.
a 15-year-old,
Yeah.
right? Other parents, you say, hey, he's on a football team. You go to support your kid and you see the other parents, you look around, you're the only one dressed like that. You dress like a 15-year-old kid, they're dressed like grown adults. And that's the way you look. And then your conversation is extremely juvenile and
Yeah.
immature. And then you get mad and say they hating or they upset with you for what? Because you don't want to be a grown ass man. You want to. That's his time.
Hmm.
They let him be. Okay, he's 15. You don't have to continue to be 15.
Right. Your time is over.
Yeah, for that time, for that.
At that time. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why we get into trouble. That's why I keep trying to explain. Like with DMX, man, I wish he would have beat his drug addiction. I don't have nothing but love for this brother.
Hmm.
I wish he would have, but man, you just can't keep doing that shit.
Yeah.
And that shit is that cocaine is dangerous as fuck.
And on
That
top
shit
of that,
deletes you in a minute.
yeah. And on top of that, like the last couple of years, I've been hearing, like, I'm not on drugs, but from what I've been hearing, um, damn near every single drug out there has been tampered with fentanyl. So
Hmm.
it's gotten to a point. It's not like what it was back in the day, where if you was buying heroin, cocaine, or marijuana or whatever, you know, you might trust the dealers. But nowadays, you got people lacing stuff with fentanyl and all the other crap. You don't know what the hell you're hitting. It's like you gotta be a
Man,
damn chemist just to try to see what it is that you're doing. Illegal drugs, that is.
if you in the streets purchasing narcotics, let me tell you something up front. Them
Hmm.
people will put fat in your stuff. It'll make your head spin. And a lot of times they'll serve you some fat and they know they shouldn't do it. And they'll turn around and they won't even you'll get blocked. Because they'll
Hmm.
say, this nigga, he's still alive? Because I know that shit I cooked up for him. I know he took that. So yeah, that shit is extremely dangerous, bro.
Wow.
Extremely dangerous. That's the life, but that's if you're into drugs. That's the life of a drug person or
Hmm.
whatever. So you don't laud a DMX. Now, I'm a black man. I know that is you can't say that, but give me some grace, man. I'm not against this brother. I'm saying we can't put streets out there with his name on it. We can't put him at the top of nothing. Not
Hmm.
not that we don't have love for him, but what are we honoring? What are we saying that you go out and make a bunch of babies and go broke and not have your contract reviewed and smoke drugs till you got to go rehab and rehab and rehab, and then they find you
Just dead.
dead from it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
now they don't like this. Like if you say that you hate, I don't get who's hating.
Right. Some people just don't want to hear the truth. And
Why we
sometimes the
like
truth
that? Why,
hurts.
why we like that, Mike?
I think some people, the truth hits too close to home for some people. So it's like You know, it's like they gotta live a imaginary, kind of like imaginary fairy tale land, as if everything is all good. Like, yeah, ain't no wrong with gang banging, ain't no wrong being hood, ain't no wrong smoking. Like a lot of that stuff leads to death or in jail,
Thank you.
and then they don't want to hear that. It was like, okay, I guess
What,
it hits
what,
too close to
what,
home. Like,
what are the wages of sin?
ah,
Death.
death, yeah,
The wages of sin is what? Death. What is
it's death.
sin? Drugs, all of that stuff. Smashing all them chicks, that's sin. And the payment, how do you pay it back? Your life.
Your life, yeah.
But this comes back to when you say the Bible, we don't want to follow the Bible. We don't like that part. Why? I don't like that part. Why? Why you don't like that part? Why? Because it means you got to change. You can't do that. Fuck that. I like doing it. I know you do. And it knows you do. It was written before you was born.
Yeah.
They know you do. But they telling you it's a price to pay for that. And then when the time to pay, then you don't want to pay. And it don't work that way.
It's like people trying to rewrite the script. It's like, hey, look, this script has been written centuries before any of us was ever on this earth. Everybody, like, it's been written. Everybody knows the ways of sin, the biggest temptations out there. So it's like, yeah, it's not nothing that you can really hide from or try to get away from. Yeah.
And you're supposed to. That's another thing. That's why people say don't do drugs, right? And I agree with them. But if I do a line of coke, and I come home and I'm over, I ain't get in trouble, but I liked it. It blew my mind. It's supposed to fuck with you. That's called your demons. You just woke them up. It's supposed to bother you. Hey man, that cocaine be calling me. I'm sure it do. What you gonna do? And then the assumption is other people in rehab, it's not calling them. Are you crazy? It's calling them. They know better. They say, fuck that. I'm done with it. It can call me every day. I don't care. I'm not going back. You see the difference? So when somebody say, yeah, shit calling me, man, I can't quit it, then people look at them as, well, you sacrifice yourself. You're weak. You're weak, and you got to be strong to make it in this country, bro.
Yeah.
The weak shall perish.
Kind of like the old saying, only the strong survive.
You got to be strong, man. You got to be stronger than a bag of dope. You got to be stronger than some box. You got to be. It's the same thing with you. You're a truck driver. You pull up, you see lot lizards, and you say, quote unquote, man, I was freaky that day, man. She was fine. And you sleep with her, man, and then boom, you got a disease. Now you got to be like, man, I got to fight this disease, man. That whole burnt me, man. Maybe that's a warning that maybe you got to leave that alone, bro. No, I'm saying maybe that was a warning. So you was able to cure it, but you learned from your mistakes. You don't turn around and do it again. Next you know, you get some HIV. Now you fucked up.
Yeah, forever.
Now you got a wife at home that loves you. You love her. Y'all building, you working. You got to go home and tell her you got HIV. You see what I'm saying? That's just adding more shit to your life.
Yeah.
And you know when we talk about the Megan Thee Stallions and the Glorrillas and the Ice Spice, we talk about that shit, all of that, thotting it up until you get that package. And be like, bitch, you got that package now. You got that HIV now. So now you still gonna be shaking it up? You still, want to throw your ass up in there? Now you done got that package. See, that's how the world works. That's how the world works. It's not like some YouTube shit. Like Megan, we see the guy, what is his name? The brother, Splash brother, Megan Thee Stallion, the brother.
The basketball player? Or?
Yeah, basketball player.
Yeah, I know. I forgot his name. But
Steph Curry and the other brother.
He said he couldn't deal with her ghetto-ness, I think.
Yeah. What was his name?
I don't know his name, but I know what you're talking about.
Steph Curry, and Clay Thompson.
Clay Thomas.
Clay,
Yeah.
Clay Thompson. Yeah, Clay Thomas. Okay. You see that? So you see what I'm saying? The whole time she's thinking that it ain't no big deal to him. Well, it was a big deal to him. He was willing to tolerate it for a moment. And you see how he sat back and thought about it? He said, I can't do this shit. I can't do this shit.
And
Yeah,
I'm
man,
pretty sure
that shit dangerous, man. You got to level up. The whole part about the aristocratic class and stuff, you had to work your way into it. You had to be in it, you had to be it. You know, okay, they only eat they put the fork here, they put the fork here. This is a dinner fork, this is a salad fork, and you have to eat this way. Well, that's a part of being a part of that class. That's the affluent class. That's the upper class. Do you want to be a part of it? You got to do what they do. It's only the Negro who wants to be a part of it, but he wants to bring his dope bag with him. That ain't gonna work. You can't be at the tip of the spear if you got a bag of dope and HIV bump all over you. You know, it don't work that way. And the truth got to be told. We tell the truth over here, brother.
Yeah. And that's why I'm a big fan of yours, man.
No, I don't know who you are, Mike. I appreciate it though, bro. Whoever you are.
No problem.
How long you been listening to me?
I think since last year, on and off. I caught your stream with that incident with Charlie Kirk, and I just been listening to it on and off. So, yeah.
We was in rare form. Charlie Kirk. I had to take that down, though, man. It was just,
yeah, you said something about the neck bone. I was like, oh shit. I was like, damn.
I still got it. I think I still got it. I gotta go find it. It's on the stream somewhere, but man, I'm not that type of dude, though. I don't make fun of somebody's death.
Yeah. Even that say in the Bible, you're not supposed to be gleaning or honoring somebody that died, especially in a horrific way, because we all gotta die. So
thank you for saying it, because I did hide the stream, because after thinking about it, I think I sat on it for about a week. I said, nah, man, I gotta take this down.
Yeah.
Even though dude was fucking around and saying fucked up shit about black people, I said, nah, let me take this down. Because that ain't my business. It's terrible what happened to that man. And I took it down. But I'm glad that you found us because of Charlie. Thank you, Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I like your commentary. Your commentary is good. And the people that be joining in, like, sometimes I'll be in the chat, but if I'm able to talk, I'll definitely hit the
like
the link.
who? Is there people like that you don't particularly care for?
What do you mean?
Sometimes people join me. Is there people that you don't particularly care for?
I mean, everybody got their opinions. I say the biggest one I think might have been Tabora. I mean, I don't care for him. It's like the way he says it's like, okay, yeah, man. It's like I agree with you, then I don't agree with him, but then it's like, damn, man, you get me lost.
Yeah,
but yeah, he's cool. I respect his opinion too.
He's a fellow truck driver, brother.
Yeah. He's not. I think he's from Houston. I'm from Houston, so yeah.
Damn. Yeah, no. I mean, we just like you. We let people have their opinions. You're right. It can be. It's sort of aggravating when people do that, but that's him.
But I respect it because I don't believe in everybody agreeing on everything, because everybody got their different opinions, and the best thing you can do is respect it, and just every once in a while somebody might go on the deep end. It's like they gotta bring them back to reality. But yeah, respect everybody's opinions.
Well, we appreciate you, man, and I agree. Actually, Tabor, he's up here, but he had said that he agreed that DMX should not be honored. He was in rare form today. I don't know what happened to him.
I
He's
mean,
probably doing his
I can
truck or
understand they
something.
do like a mural. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hey, Tabor, he's up here. I don't know why he's not. But go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I can understand like with DMX because he did a lot of contribution in regards to making the music. So I can understand they put a street named after him and where he's from. I mean, but it's like I say, it's also good to learn his demons and his issues. That way, nobody, especially a rapper, doesn't fall in the same footsteps as him. Because we had ever since the invention of rock and roll, there's been artists from Billy D. Williams to
Hmm?
let's to other artists that not Billy D. Williams. I'm sorry, damn, lady sings the blues. Dang, I forgot her name, but
Diana Ross.
yeah, she played there. Like she was a heroin. That woman was a heroin addict, and she died of an
Uh-huh.
overdose. So, like the point I'm trying to
Mm.
make that, like throughout the history of rock and roll and music, blues, there have been a lot of artists out there that have been addicted to drugs, and they got the best out of them, and unfortunately, they deceased from it. So, it's always good to like learn from people of the past. That way, kids of the future, don't repeat the same mistake of those in the past. But that I guess it's better said than done.
Without those drugs, we wouldn't have got that version of that person.
That is true. Hey, I'll give you that. Yeah. Hey, I agree with you, Tabor, on that because, hey, I'm a big fan of like my folks. They baby boomers. They grew up during the Vietnam era, and anywhere between Jimi Hendrix and them, some of the best music that they probably ever made. They was high on LSD and all the other stuff. So, hey, I'll say that drug does bring out some creativity out of a lot of people, but the only major side effect is you can die from it. So
Well,
yeah.
yeah. Well, and so you say, well, yeah. I always mess his name up. Steve. What's his name? Is, Steve Jobs. Is it Microsoft?
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's
yeah. Well,
Apple.
is that
Apple,
right?
yeah,
Yeah, Apple. That's
yeah,
Steve
Apple.
Jobs. That's Steve Jobs.
hmm Yeah, Steve Jobs.
Yeah, he dropped LSD. I dropped
Oh,
it,
that's
and
right.
yeah, he
Yeah,
came
because
up, with the iPhone and all of that.
he was kind of a
But
hippie too.
yeah, yeah. No, he said back in college, you just lay on the campus
hmm
and do LSD, and he came up with his video games. Well, he had some great video games. This guy was something else.
He
He's
was
This
a
an
guy,
innovator
genius,
this
for
bro.
real.
Steve Jobs guy was something. And no, I'm just saying, when you take a look at what he was doing and how he was able to, you talking about the iPhone, before the iPhone, that dude, he made some great video games, and then he made money on that. So, you got in computers. He came up with the Mac. He said, "Fuck a personal computer. I'll make a Macintosh, and this is for a certain group of people." And I'm not a Mac person at all,
hmm
but all I'm saying is the guy was a very creative man, and you do have to think, was it the LSD?
It was.
It was.
Yeah, because he created an operating system, bro. That people was able to, like Windows, Microsoft was able to steal from, still get them a bag, but nonetheless, Apple stands alone. It's the whole ecosystem. It's the vertical
hmm
integration within it.
Well, Steve Jobs, even though he worked with Gates or whatever, what was it?
They're rivals.
IB, which one?
Microsoft and him was rivals, but
No, no, no.
IBM.
They IBM. Even though they both worked there, they went in a different direction, and he wrote his own. Mac is Macintosh is completely different than a Windows or a OS system. And you know that. No, no, you know that. I'm just saying they were two individuals at a time who were exceptionally creative. And he did bring up that he dropped LSD. Now, Platt, were you there? I was not there. Platt, you think he just said that shit? He could have. He could have just said, I don't know.
I mean, bro, they kicked him out of his own company for 10 years,
Yeah,
and when he came back with the iPhone. He killed the game.
And he
Like
fired all
that
those
was
people
balling.
that kicked him out too. Like he had a good comeback on that one. That was
Yeah. It's something to be remembered about business. When you start something, people will try to take what you built,
Mm.
and you will
yeah.
come back and you double down on who you are, what you believe in, and you change the game. I don't care about his race. I care about what he did.
Who brought up his race?
I'm just saying, because most people, when they get up here, they be like, it's because he's white. That's why you rocking with him, to boy. They said it more than one
Oh,
time.
okay.
Because I said that about Steve, because you brought him up before.
I don't even look at them,
But
dude. You say Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. Man, I'm gonna tell you, for me, I don't even look at them as white guys.
me neither, bro.
I look at them as smart guys.
Yeah.
To
Bill Gates
aspire
looked.
to.
Yeah.
The guy Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm telling you, I don't really look at him as a black. No, look. I'm very proud
Yeah.
of the way he represents, himself, and he's an astrophysicist, very, very genius. But I'm telling you, I don't really look at him as a black guy.
Yeah, he's just a man, bro. A human, contributing to society, bro. Everybody ain't capable of doing that. Everybody can have a intelligent conversation and stand on it with facts all the way through the conversation. You don't have to interject no BS throughout it.
And see, another mistake for black men. Look, shout out to American tradesman with the $19 holla. Appreciate you, brother. He says he's on a GPI. What is that, Macintosh? Is that a Mac? He said GPI.
Nah,
I don't.
I don't know
What
what
is
it
that?
is.
What's a GPI? I
I'm
don't.
not
I don't.
sure.
I've never owned a Mac. I don't want a Mac. They say
I
a
got both.
certain type of people even deal with Mac. I think it's better in some ways, but man, I do not want to have to learn how to use a computer all over again.
Man, the beauty of the Mac and the whole Apple ecosystem is everything talks to each other, bro. There's no
Okay.
system like that. The phone talks to the tablet talks to the computer, so on and so forth. It's just the operating system is something different. And other people have came out with other operating systems, but it ain't touching the Mac because they got the hardware too.
Okay. Okay, man. Okay, but you got to, when you look at, what Pirates of Silicon Valley, or you look at those,
Yeah.
you read the books about those guys. It's very impressive the things that they're doing, and unfortunately for him, he got sick and he's passed away. Bill Gates is still around. If you think Bill Gates like don't want to go and eat a box of chicken and French fries and biscuits, he's not going to eat that. But I'm just saying, he practices restraint
Hmm.
even in his wealth, and that's what Negroes forget about. You still got to restrain yourself. Okay, you got money. That don't mean you need to go buy dope with it. Okay, you got money. That don't mean you need to have more kids. You got money. That don't mean you need to cut a fool.
Well, his
And
people was rich too, so
huh?
that does matter. His people was rich back in the day. Bill Gates
Oh, so he.
was creating stuff as a kid, bro. He
Oh,
had
so he
different
comes from money.
opportunities. Yes, bro. His
Ah,
auntie
okay.
or his mom was the lady that did Parenthood, something like that. He's related to her.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he deeply rooted as
Yeah, I
far as
don't. I
into
don't
the
even
America.
believe that when Margaret Sanger.
I
I don't
mean,
believe that.
that's.
Bill
I mean, you
Gates.
never know. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I don't
He.
believe that.
I mean, they
It's
got
not
some
that it
things
would
on him.
matter, but I don't believe that.
Yeah. I mean, it's neither here or there for me. Accomplishments gonna be the accomplishments because I got a PC and a Mac, right? And I got them for different reasons as far as coding goes and some other things that I do. Certain things are easier on the PC than it is on a Mac, and vice versa.
Got you, man. I'm not a Mac guy. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I mean, if you got one, I don't want a Mac. I'm a PC guy, and I'm gonna die a PC guy.
So you got a Android over an iPhone.
Oh, I have an iPhone.
Oh yeah,
No,
iPhone
no, no,
better.
no. I'm not on. I got you. My
Yeah, I'm
phone,
an
I don't really.
Android person.
Yeah, I don't use my phone for the internet. No, I am on Instagram, on the phone. I'm not on any other social media, but I'm just saying I use my iPhone for everything. I mean, you know what? I got four of them, right? You know what? I'm finna sell them. I got four of them junk sitting over here. I don't know what they're older versions, but I'm looking at it. I haven't sold them because I got to get on my Apple Apple ID and
Got stuff
save.
in it.
Yeah, I got to save them, and before I do that, I'm gonna save all of them because I'm sure it's some contacts that I ain't talked to, but I still want them on this new phone. And once I do that, I'm gonna factory reset and I'll sell them.
Yeah, I got a few too. I got at least 3 Pro Max. I got
But
a S24.
what I need to do, Tabor, is start mining. I already got
Man,
I already got the phones. I need to go mine me some Bitcoin.
it ain't enough paper in it. But what you can do is put a trust wallet on it and send money to it just to store it. You can use it as a cold storage in a sense. I'm just
It
saying,
is money to be made out here, man.
it's a
It's
lot.
so many options. It's up to a person, man, what they do.
Yeah. And when what you decide and what you learn, especially if it can be taught, because when I go home, man, I'm going to teach my daughter how to read charts. She gonna be living with me. I'm gonna make sure she know how to look at charts, and stocks, and she ain't gonna have no choice because you can sit at home and do that. And you need
Okay.
so you don't have to get up
Okay.
and go to work for nobody.
Okay. Okay. If you do work, I mean, it ain't no big deal. Like you got to pay the
Yeah, it's
bill.
okay. Yeah, it's okay to, but we're in a time to where you can make money online and still actually follow your purpose earlier in life, or do what you want to do on your own terms. I ain't saying being, you know, tear down your community, but just put yourself in a position to wake up and be free. You don't have to be tied to no job and people telling you can't get a promotion even though you've been working hard for years. And we see how that played out with pensions and 401s and things people do. A pension don't last. They can take your pension away. You can go fight them in court, but now there's other ways around that now.
We see that. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. Hit the Cash App. Hit the Super Chat. DMX, he was at a ceremony. Shit went left. Like a lot of black people experience. There's a lot of anger and resentment going on amongst us. Shit went left. Guy got up, started calling people out, and he disrespected the memory of DMX when he did it. Because what he did was he took the spotlight off DMX and put it on himself.
Yeah, man. I would say at this point, it's all about your kid just being the outlier. So somebody knows that, yeah, I know somebody whose parent wasn't rich, but they did right by their kid. They got access to things that I didn't know about, and they taught me some things. And that's really all you can do. Because trying to talk to an adult about some things like this, and that they're on 2 different sides, and it's like, I hear you, but this ain't gonna work out well, bro. You can't even be mad at America. You got to be mad at yourself because you was part of the people that allowed it to be put up on a pedestal. We need some great people that got some things. Like we talking about Steve Jobs, who we ain't got no black equivalent. Not saying we gotta have one, but it'd be nice for
Well, there
the
you go.
future black coders or something like that.
Yeah, you got black geniuses out here, but I agree. I agree. But the black community, we don't give people like that the proper
Respect
respect.
for one.
We just don't, man. I've seen it. You got a kid, one of your kids is a fucking genius. It's pretty clear they're able to take the material, and they're bored. They're actually bored because they know the material,
Okay.
and we don't turn around and say we're gonna support
Let
this
me
and make this
foster that.
better. Yeah, yeah, we don't do that. What we do is say, um, sit your ass down, shut up. Um, you know your intelligence don't matter. You ain't nothing but a nigga.
Damn.
What
Yeah.
what the hell wrong with you?
You
What you
weird
did?
to everybody else.
Yeah. What you got these teachers coming down here talking about your ass for? The
Mental
kid,
abuse.
no, kid be like, huh? What the hell, these teachers? Why you keep bringing these damn teachers down here talking about I need to move you to another school or some shit like that?
Yeah.
Didn't I tell you I ain't had no money for that shit?
Wow, man.
Yeah, that's what we do. We
Yeah.
put fires out. We put the fire out.
Yeah. I ain't got no choice. Now he in the hood, and you talking about he's standing out amongst them because he's just smart or she just smart. She can bust down the equation. There was two little black girls out of New Orleans that solved some equation that some physics couldn't solve. That's been
Hmm.
around for years.
Hmm.
Two little black girls.
No, I think
You
I
know what I'm
saw
saying?
something like that. Yeah, you're right. No, they put those out there. No, they'll put that equation out there to see if somebody can fix it, solve it. And that's how they're
That's
drawn to. They
crazy.
know once if they can solve this, they know that this is a special type of person. They can
Yeah,
see
the
things
person. There you go.
other can't. No, they can see stuff other people can't.
And you said the right word, person, not black girl, not colored folk. It's a human being contributing to society at 14 years old. That's what you need to be holding up. That's who needs to be seen. Opportunities, the resources. She said they shouldn't have to struggle for it, but they're not putting that in front of their kids. They're not telling them to go
What,
be
what
smarter. My
the
bad.
way it's set up is those individuals are identified, and then they basically are put in a certain community of people that make them better. They
Challenge them. Yeah.
get them out of there. Yeah, get them away from the normal regular people and put them where their group. And from there they get motivated and all the same thing, but it's a group of geniuses as opposed to that person being the smartest person.
I know we're talking about smart people, and I would like to say like somebody like how Lil Wayne was. He was rapping at 8, 12 years old. He started to
Uh
get his. I know it's different, but I'm just saying about him having the talent and his mom actually supporting his talent.
I
It's what
don't
he
know
was
about that.
around. I mean, it's still something to be looked at. That's a long
Oh,
time to
well,
be in the
I don't
game.
know about him being a genius. I mean, he can rap,
I
but
ain't
that
talking about well, not a genius, but it's a talent. It's fostering his talent.
I don't. Well, we just had to be different because I mean, Wayne and the cat, all that stuff they was doing back then.
Yeah, all right, okay, yeah.
Mm.
I forgot you felt like that about it. I'm just talking about pure talent, man. Just the having a skill set and your kid having the opportunity, and you don't overlook the opportunity that your kid could possibly have because of what you think. Because a kid gonna still be a kid. They're gonna be inspired by who they're inspired by. And it may not be their parent. Their parent probably is not a savant. Is that the word? Especially when it comes to like the music and they're playing classicals and they're listening to certain things that ain't going on around them. Because they don't relate to that. They stick out.
Mm.
They stick out, man. And doing this with DMX again, our time cool. We went through some struggles, but our kids should not be getting nothing out the mud. It is too easy to get ahead, especially if it's two of y'all in the household. That household should not be just completely poor,
Mm.
or opportunity should not be there. Summer camps, the spring break camps, the winter camps, the fall things, the after school extracurricular activities. Somebody should always be there. You got two parents in the household. Ain't no way you still broke. There's some attitudes and egos. This is an attitude and ego situation.
Or the parents is hustling backwards.
There's that. Can't tell them nothing. And it's sad, man. It's sad. And it's even more sad when a youngster got to go to jail at a young age and don't become who they supposed to become because they got to deal with a whole bunch of stress they shouldn't have had to deal with, and they don't pop off until they're 30. But they could have popped off when they were 18. But their parents treat them a certain way, so they had to figure it out. They got to deal with stuff like that in our community too, man. Ain't no money around.
I agree. Hey, I'm about to head out. Hey, it's good
All right,
talking to
brother.
you, man. Hey,
All
you be
right.
safe out there on the roads, Deborah.
Yeah, you too, player.
Yes, sir.
There you go, man. We want to put it out there, man. And you know, if ain't nobody gonna do it, you know we gonna do it. You know how we move over here, man. We know how we do. We gonna keep doing it too, man. And just so the people know, you know, I mean, like, you guys don't realize if I was a dude chasing views, I just do Trump stuff. I'd probably have 20 million. I don't even do Trump stuff. Like I haven't done that stuff like that in a minute.
Yeah, your Trump numbers be wild.
No, it's ridiculous.
I see them numbers. I say, man, Trump out here got to pop it.
Yeah.
Got to
So
pop it, bro.
no, they threw me in his. I guess I'm in his algorithm. So I guess I don't know. So, but it don't matter. This needs to be said. I hope people will think about this. Honoring him, is this the right choice to make? And if you have a child, would you talk about this guy as someone to be look up to? He's been dead. He died in 2021. We wish his people the best luck, wish his kids the best luck. But then, like I said, you go to these ghetto funerals, you go to these ghetto things, and what do? Somebody always starts going off on the next person. And it's what they do, man. They stir up a lot of hate and resentment.
Yeah, and it seems like it's been going on for decades. And we just finding out about it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would say I wish the best, not for any community, but for the black community, especially when you start talking about black men. Because lucky for me, I ain't got a son. Like today's time with a son is just knowing things that I know. It's like, man, it'd be so hard for you out here, but that'll fall on me though, and what I'm willing to do, the things I'm willing to say to them, and having to stand out. And I'm not talking about being a hypocrite. I'm not gonna act like I didn't smoke, I didn't drink. I don't want you to do that, but
Mm-hmm.
you know, there's people out here that's gonna influence you. And if I'm not a certain type of person with you, I will be the last person you call when you're in a bad situation, and all you had to do is pick up the phone. And as your father, no matter what, I'm coming for you. I'm coming to get you. You just gotta call me. I don't ever want you to feel like you just can't call your father or your parent.
You do have to get it out of the mud, man. You do. It's a struggle. But whether you like it or not, if you can't get off the dope, if you have too many kids so that you're in poverty, man, you do have to make a distinction between two people. One guy, he didn't live like that. One guy did. You got to do that. Because of the unity thing, we said, well, we all the same. Well, the problem with that is that's just not true, because we really don't treat each other the same. I hear people say that, but that's not true. We don't treat each other the same.
It's not the same. We're all not the same.
We never have. We judge people all the time.
And it's in your best interest to judge people.
I guess you could say that. I guess you could say that. I don't know if I would agree with that, but I don't know if I agree with that.
What part? Judging people?
Yeah, I wouldn't just judge people, but you do have to protect yourself.
So let me ask you this, right? Let's go down that road right quick. So is there people in your life that you know better than to be around?
Well, I'm sort of a grown man, Tabor.
I get it. I get what you're saying, but I'm
Well, I
just
don't
saying
know
for
what
the
you mean
most
by
part.
be around. I'm not a child, so I'm only going to be around people I want to be around.
Yeah, but overall, you just know, like at some point in your life, that this person is what they're telling you how they're moving. You don't want to be around it, and that's a
Well,
part of
hold up,
being
Tabor.
grown.
That's saying
I'm
the
not.
chat. They're saying you, Tabor.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm not asking nobody in the chat to hang around me because I stand on who I am. I know better. I know I gotta judge people. I made poor
Look, man.
judgments. Go ahead. I'm
Yeah,
listening.
no, you're right. But no, I mean, we can put it there. We look at the end of the day, you're right. At the end of the day, you're going to be judged. If I walk into a casino and I look like trash, I could be the richest guy there, but they're going to judge me because of what I'm presenting to them.
This is what y'all talk about dressing like a grown man. They're looking at
Yeah.
it. They're judging you.
If you go into a casino in a black tie, a tuxedo, you could have two pennies in your pocket. But people are going to judge you and say, okay, this guy's a big spender. Who's this guy? Why is he dressed up like that? If this guy goes to the poker tables, they're going to assume they don't know he got money.
The fake it till you make it situation. You want them to treat you different, you dress different. You can go in there faking it all the way through. People do it online all the time in every race. They got a guru telling you something that you can do and it ain't gonna work out for you. He ain't even doing the actual thing. He's selling you a course. People do it all the time.
Well,
They can
you don't have to
articulate.
buy the course. You don't have to, look online or whatever. You do not have to join Patreons. You don't have to. That's up to you. You don't have to do that. You don't. And I mean that. I'm saying you don't have to do that.
Yeah, but I would also say it's a level of judgment when you go from the YouTube to going with somebody's Patreon. They're giving you certain things in that YouTube, and you think in your head they're gonna give you more than the Patreon, and some of them do that, and they're good at it. And I ain't saying they're lying. They're living how they talking for the most part. The money makes sense. The numbers are there. There's back data on it over time with certain videos. But yeah, man, you gotta judge everybody. That's how we all up here can have our own opinion, and some of us can still have a certain level of conversation with people just based on their opinion, just respecting their opinion. That's your opinion. That we ain't got to argue too far about it or throw hands, but we can have a conversation just so you can have an understanding of where I'm coming from and why. And your past matters.
What you say?
I'm saying like coming up here and having conversations with each other, and they have an opinion,
Did you
huh?
say your past matters?
Yeah, your past. That's what dictates what you talk about and how you moving later on in life.
Okay.
So judging people
Okay, Tabor.
makes sense to me.
Well, you're gonna be judged, but sometimes you can judge people the wrong way.
It's possible.
It's very possible. It's most likely. You got to know a person. You can't go by what they look like, and you can't go by what you heard. You got to know that person.
At least have a conversation before you make your judgment on them. But at this time, I mean, most people just put things online. So, is how far are you willing to go for some views?
Well, people with lies online.
You say put
People lie
lies
all the time.
online?
Yeah, people lie all the
Yeah.
time online. You could break up with a girl, and she still wants you, so she could start putting all types of shit up there saying you did this, you do that. Lie.
I know that.
The people who don't like you, they're going to believe the lies because they want to believe the lie.
Yeah. People find any reason to hate you.
Well, if they don't like you, they're going to lean into the lie about you. Three people can like you at a job, 4 people can hate you. A woman can come to the job and say, he be beating my ass. I'm gonna leave him. He be beating my ass. Now, the people that hate you, they're gonna believe that. The people that like you will give you a chance to explain. Say, nah, man, she just mad because I told her I'm out of here in about a week. And she wanted me to marry her. So it's all over. That's where that's coming from. But the people that hate you, they don't want to hear that. They're going by what she said.
Looking for a reason.
Mm-hmm. And that's how you learn a lot about people. People want to believe the lie. They don't want to believe the truth.
Especially when the lie is more entertaining than the truth. Need something to talk about.
We did over 1 million views on this little bitty old channel over here with hardly any subscribers. More than all these big subscribers, 500,000 subs, 1 million subs. I do more views over here. Not on this topic, but I'm saying, and I'll say it again, you don't want me to start doing the Trump stuff. If I start consistently doing stuff, if I start doing Trump, two Trump streams a day for a month, I'll surpass all of these niggas. And they know that.
They're going to be in your
No,
comments.
they know that. They know that. They know that. They can't touch me, man. No, I'm saying, but this topic needs to be talked about because at least one guy, somebody out there, one guy who's going to hear this topic and he's going to think twice about what he's doing with his life. And he's going to say, I don't want to be like DMX. And he's going to change. And that's what we try to do. We try to help people. We try to help them. So it's one guy who's going to say, man, let me get up off this dope. Man, I don't want to make no more kids. I got enough. And they're gonna strap up and they're gonna do what they need to do and they're gonna keep on holding on to their family. They won't, and they're not gonna go through that pain. And that's what this is about, helping people. So we're gonna help people.
Yeah, man. Hopefully you wherever y'all going, man, you get there and just keep in mind you gotta maintain it once you get there, bro. Don't stop what you're
Well, of course,
doing.
that's
As far as
life,
what got you there.
You always got to maintain it. You always got to maintain. And anything of value other people want. If you have a nice car, what do they do? They'll steal your car. If you got nice watch on, people, what? They'll take it. Anything of value, you have to maintain. The only time you get people who don't give a fuck is when you really don't have nothing. And that don't mean they don't care. That don't mean they won't look. They still look through what you have to see if you got something, but it's about that you don't have nothing. But when you have something, you as a man, when you have something, you got to be on guard to protect what you have, because somebody, believe me, is going to try to take it from you.
Watch where you go. Watch who you hang around. Pay attention to who you hanging around.
Yep, they'll steal your dog. I could go get 3 pits, 3 pit bulls, put them in my backyard, take them out to walk, and they're pedigree pits. Probably ran me eight, 9 each. I put them in a little cage, and they're tough. And they're tough, but there's somebody out there who know dogs.
Yeah.
Who will see me and be like, okay, this the dude. Okay, where he live at? I was okay. And they'll be like, okay, I know what to do. They'll come across their back fence. And they know how to talk to them dogs. They know how to communicate. And then they'll just steal the dogs. I mean, you be like, those my guard dog. He'll steal them. Because you got something of value.
The guard dog is wild, bro. Yeah, you talk about the hood of the pit bull. That's always gonna make some bread. That's a couple $100 per pup. You talking about purebred too? Yeah, we gotta get about those. I had a homeboy that used to steal dogs back in the day.
He's the most. Yeah, man. You can't bring everybody should know everything you got, but you can't bring everything around everybody because they can still hate on you. That's family, friends, co-workers. There's a lady that was online talking about not driving your new car to work when you get it. Stay the same. That's crazy.
Well, no, you got to deal with jealousy, and that stuff's real, man. That's real, Tabor. But we got to go ahead and shut this down, man. We made our point. Agree, disagree. Like the stream, man. Support the platform, man. Bless the Cash App. Hit the super chat. And we out.
Appreciate you, man.
All right, brother. We out of here.